Good morning, everyone. Welcome to What, where you are all on the same journey as my eyebrows. I had like I read the comments yesterday and somebody said I need to fix my eyebrows. So today I'm going to tell everyone that my eyebrows are on a forever journey. I swear, I like go through some of my old pictures and like I look at my eyebrows every time, and I swear, like every month my eyebrows look different, and it's fucking great. It's like you can never tell what kind of mood I'm in because I'm always changing my eyebrows. So today they're full. Welcome. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Warren. Thank you for all that stuff this morning. So if you guys like have anything that you want me to talk about, please, please, please don't be afraid to send me some stuff and be like, yo, I want you to do this. Even if I like don't text back right away, it's usually because I've clicked on it, I've read it, and then I've saved it into my Google Docs to talk about it the next day. And then I've completely forgot about letting you know that I found it. And I'm like on the next step of like finding the next article to talk about or the next video to talk about for tomorrow. So thank you, Warren, for the two things. Definitely going to yes, new background. I'm going to be talking about that. So with the background, I just got super tired of like showing off my cabin home because like I'm looking at all these other people like Nikki's house, like she's got the white walls with the cool lights and all of that, and then like I watch other people and they've got the cool lights, and like I think Nikki's yesterday her light was like going out and not working, and I was like, man, I just want fucking something different, like something other than this stupid cabin home, because I'm looking like I don't even know what I look like. It just looks weird to me. So I decided to put my curtains up. So I got my black curtains right here. And then for Warren, I started this little part right here. It's the scary trees that he used to tell me I was always in. So I brought my scary trees back for Warren, so he can make fun of my cool background. But yeah, I know. And what's so hard is like all I have is really dark curtains. Like I bought those one red ones that I was using for the background for a little bit. But like as you can see, I'm like right here, I'm using them as my actual curtain for my house. So I didn't like this morning, I was like, all right, I'm just going to throw some curtains up and see how it works. And I'm like, I didn't realize my hair is black. Most of my clothes are black. My soul is black. So I might disappear in the background of the the curtains, but I'm hoping not to. I wore like, a kind of a lighter, like more colorful shirt. I'm definitely rocking the millennial shirt today. It's one of those like, the tattoo, like Ed Hardy type shirts. See, I got the Ed Hardy shirt going on today. So I'm being a super, super millennial, which is exciting. Uber millennial. So I'm trying not to fade into my background because my hair is definitely making me fade into the background. I'm trying not to. Yes, scary trees for Rocktober. That's what I'm talking about. Good morning, Brandy, too. Definitely enjoy your lunch break. Thank you for stopping by and saying hi. I hope your lunch is really good. Tell me what you're eating, because I'm always into hearing about people's food. I like to hear about what people eat. I don't know why. It's super weird. I always ask Sally every time. Like, well, me and Sally, when we play Fortnite, we have this thing because I'm always snacking whenever I play with her. So she's like, what are you eating, Jimmy? So we're kind of like, that's like her little thing now. And I think I'm going to start it too. Like anytime I hear her, well, I do too. Like whenever she snacks, I'm like, what are you eating? So definitely let me know what you're eating. Let me see, hide that current comment. Thank you. Good morning, Holly. Good to see you. Bright and early in the morning for me. uh, Japur vegetables. I've never heard of that. What is, so I know what vegetables are, but what is the first word? What is it, like something that you do to vegetables? Because that sounds very fancy, and I don't know if I can eat something that fancy. But I'm down. I'm always down to try new stuff. You're on a soup and yogurt. Oh, because of the Crohn's disease. Oh, but girl, I love me some yogurt. I'll tell you what. Are you allowed to eat are you just supposed to eat like a certain kind of yogurt, or can you eat all the yogurts? Because my favorite is like the I think it's Chobani, where it's like the two, like the yogurt comes on one side and like all the things come on the other side, and you kind of like flip it into it and then you eat it all. Like the strawberry shortcake is one of my favorites. I love the s'mores ones. Any of those Chobani ones where you like flip the stuff into the part of the yogurt. Holy shit, that's like my thing right there. I absolutely love that stuff. My newest, it's not even a yogurt either. My newest favorite thing to eat that's like in a yogurt type cup is this like cheesecake parfait, strawberry cheesecake parfait thing. Oh my God. I think it's like from some cream cheese company. Oh, it's so good. I got Sally into it. Yeah. Okay, Greek yogurt. That's what the Chobani is like a Greek yogurt, but you can like dump the stuff into it. And I don't know if you can have like all the extra stuff in it, but it's really, really good. They're kind of expensive, but I don't rarely get anything to kind of treat myself with food. So that's usually some of my treats is my yogurts. My yogurts, I love it because I'm not much of like a chewer. I don't like to chew too much. So if I can just like, practically swallow my meals, I'm pretty happy. You do like Chobani too? Okay, good, good, good. I love Chobani. Chobani is probably one of my favorites. Like I said, as long as I can like dunk the stuff into it, like all the extra stuff that comes into the second part of the cup. Whoo, yeah, so delicious. I know it's 10 o'clock in the morning for me and I'm already talking about food. Holy shit, that's not something normal for me. Oh, so it is Thursday. I guess it's October 20th. I noticed that today too. Like we're finally hitting the 2.0 for Halloween, which is exciting. Which means Halloween is coming up. Let me know if you guys have any plans. What are you guys doing for Halloween? Do you have any costumes that you maybe want to do? Do you have any makeup things that you may want to learn? I was thinking about maybe like doing one of these days where we talk about like news and stuff, and then I can like maybe teach you guys something about makeup, because I'm been doing makeup for tons and tons of years. I dipped in makeup artistry and all of that stuff. So I was thinking since it's Halloween, maybe we could do some makeup stuff too. That'd be really fun. Teach you how to do like some really cool different eyeliners that normal, like, not normal ones, but maybe different ones. I don't know. Anything. It's October. It's fun. And we're at the end of it. And I'm really, really sad. And I don't want October to end because I love Halloween. So yeah. What else has been happening? Nothing else happened to me yesterday. Just like every day, just did some more Fortnite. So enjoying my Fortnite Halloween time right now, which is fun with my friends. Oh yeah, Joe Evans was on our show yesterday, did a really, really good show. Obviously killing it as well. The Twitter had some fun. I know Les Bones always has fun with with Joe on my Twitch channel when he goes on. So you guys go check that out. He did a really good job yesterday. And we're definitely going to hook him up with like some new backgrounds and stuff too. Maybe get rid of that American flag and put something different and really cool. I was thinking about like some kind of power stance, but like disappointed in America type, the Statue of Liberty type thing, where she's like in a power stance, but she's also disappointed in America. I think that would be really cool for him. So I could talk about food anytime. You're right. Yeah, I could definitely talk about food anytime. What else has been going? Oh, I put on new earrings yesterday. So if you notice, like they're just there. I have like the plastic. Oh my God, this O-ring is gone now. Okay, well, it's official now. I've lost all of my O-rings. So yesterday I decided, like when I was cleaning my ears, I was like, all right, I'm gonna give the earrings that I've been wearing like just some time to just chill and try new ones. And I've been wearing the ones that kind of like loop into you so that they stretch and stuff. But I was like, I'm just gonna put on like my simple ones last night, which are here. Let me pull this one out. Which are pretty much just like this. See, there's like nothing much to it, but they come with like these little O-rings, these little circle, they're like mini rubber band things, and they're black and they're in the shape of an O. And I was putting them in last night and everything was working. And then I woke up this morning and I put one in the front and the back on both of them. So I had 4 on. And then I woke up this morning and the only one that was left in my ear was the front one on this side. And so I've got 3 missing O-rings in my bed somewhere. And then when I was putting this up and getting all ready this morning, apparently this one's gone now too. So I think I'm just gonna have to put in my regular earrings unless these bad boys just stay on and don't do anything. But yeah, there's my cool little earrings. They're just regular, like I was showing you, regular silver with some glitter on the inside, nothing too fancy. This is what size is this? I believe this is a 6, right? Stretched 6 size. I believe this is a 6. I know I won't go down to 4 because from what I heard, because the lower it goes every 2 numbers, even numbers. And so every number lower you go. So this is a 6. If I went to 4, it would be a little bit bigger. But from what I heard in the past, of stretching my ears, they always say, don't, if you want your ears to ever go back to normal size, never, ever, ever put in anything bigger than a 4. So I've always kept it at a 6. And so that way it still looks like, it still has that like feeling of being stretched. So I can still feel, like, hey, I've fucking put some work into this, let it show. But then also when I get older, these can pretty much heal back to where they were. Because my aunt, I have an aunt who used to have earrings, just regular ones, and she used to wear like the dangly ones, the really heavy dangly ones. And I guess she got into a fight in her 30s or something, and somebody yanked it out of her. And so now, like, now that she's older, like in her 60s or 70s, she just has like this slit in her ear. And I always told myself, like, did you do that from stretching? And she's like, no, I did it from a fight. But in my head, it's always like, that's what's going to happen if I ever stretch it. Cause I see people who like stretch their ears out really big and then they left it alone. And it just looks like a vagina on their ear. So gross, but it's so true. It does. It looks like a wrinkly vagina on somebody's ear. So I definitely never, ever, ever want to get to so big to where I like take them out and they heal and I look like a vagina. Okay, check my Slack. Absolutely. Yeah, see, I've always wanted to wear, like, even as a grown up, I've been wanting to wear the dangly earrings and look all pretty and stuff, but I've never been able to because of this. What I used to do is I used to put in earrings like this, but they would have a hole in the center, and then I would just stick like a regular earring through that, so it would have my gauge and then an earring dangling through the gauge. So those were really, really fun back in the day, trying to figure out how to still look pretty with earrings, but have, the coolness of stretching. Yeah, it's a painful process of stretching it out. It definitely took a really long time. When they pierce your ears, they start at an 18, which is super, super tiny. Like 18 or 16, they want you to start out really small. I think it's 16 because I think 18 is more like the nose, really small, tiny, tiny areas like the lip and the tongue you can do with 16. Eyebrow you can do a 16, but the nose is an 18. So they start you off with that, and then you just kind of slowly start stretching it and stretching it. So like I would stretch it from a 16 to a 12, and then a 12 to a 10, and then to an 8, and then to a 6. So it took like a few years to do it, and it's definitely like a painful process, but it's more like, I mean, it is painful, but it's only like a couple of hours. It's painful, and then it's sore and tender for about a day, and you just don't touch it. Just leave it the hell alone, let it stretch itself out. And within a couple of weeks or so, the thing will be stretched out to where you can like yank on it and pull it and it'll be that. And then you can add another size to it. So yeah, definitely. It was really fun. Well, welcome, V0512 AM. This is a show called What, where we talk about whatever we want. Usually, I talk about different issues, or we find some articles or some videos to watch. Usually at the beginning, I tell people whatever is going on with my day or any kind of things that I would just decide to talk about in the morning. And today, since I had an earring problem, I decided to talk about my earrings. We don't have to talk about that much more. we can go on to whatever we're talking about. Warren hooked me up with some extra stuff today too, so definitely going to have more than enough things to talk about. And then Holly just sent me something too. Let's see what Holly got. In neo-colonial rant, EU says Europe is garden superior to rest of the world's barbaric jungle. Oh, that's gonna be a good one, Holly. Okay, definitely can't wait to look into that. I'm gonna save that right there and keep that on there. Yeah, exactly. A free-form stream, definitely a little bit free-form. We've got a little bit of, organization, but I try not to keep it too organized, so that way I don't feel like I'm being forced or coerced into hating this. I don't want to get burned out because I do this 5 days a week, 4 hours a day. I think that's like Jesus, it's like something like 20 hours a week or something. So it's like kind of like my part-time job that I'm doing for free. So definitely don't want to get too burnt out. So I'm just here to have fun and talk and chat and hang out. So feel free to hang out and hang out and talk and say what's up. Thank you for being a part of this V0512 AM. Love the name. I want to know if there's if the numbers are letters though. So it'd be like Vossizam. So let me know if what is how do you say your name, or if the numbers are supposed to be there. Good morning, Amber. Good to see you. Thank you for sharing. If you guys can hit the like button today, that's definitely going to help out with the algorithms. All you got to do is really just exit out of the chat, hit that thumbs up, and then come back into the chat and hang out. It literally takes less than 5 seconds, and it helps us out so much. Definitely. Okay, cool. So just numbers. All right, cool. Good to see you. And good to see you, Sally. Hi. Hey, girl. Hey. I was just talking about you and what we were doing yesterday in our Fortnite hangout. Yesterday was a lot of fun. We had a blast. Definitely didn't win. I mean, we won a couple, didn't win too much, but had some fun with that. And sorry about my curtains. My little Burton over here, he decides that we've got like 4 more days until he gets fixed. So 4 more days, that's it. I'm so excited. And hey, and then this little hellion can chill out because he's gonna lose his balls. Thank goodness. And then mama too. His mama's gonna be getting fixed as well, so that way he stops bugging her, because he just wants to play and she's in heat again. So it's like it's a pain in the ass. Oh my God. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Yes, thank you, Holly. You're awesome. Definitely want to look into that today. So Izzy, I know you don't want. Come here, mama. I know, mamas. I know your son is such an asshole. 4 more days, okay? And then you guys are both gonna be wrapped up and fixed. And you guys are going to be all drugged up and too drugged up to do anything. Yeah, too drugged up. This is Mama Kitty. Her name is Izzy. She's running away from her son right now. You say hi, Mama? That's Izzy. You say hi, Izzy? She's like, keep me away from Burton. See, she don't want anything to do with her son right now because like I said, she's in heat again. Already. And her son is going through puberty and is just a wild boy. Okay, mama. Okay. I got to separate you two, though. You guys don't know how to listen. Ow! I just got attacked. Jesus Christ. Then here's Burton. Here's the little, yeah, right. Amber said, and then here's little Burton. He's a little pain in the ass. Looks just like his mama, but with long hair. He's my little fluff ball. He's going to be so cute. But see, oh God. He's in a mood today. He's, as you can see, look at the tail. He is just in a mood today. Yeah, exactly, Holly. Wild hormones. He is going through some hardcore puberty right now. I just noticed his balls within the last couple of weeks are starting to grow. And like he'll be really cool like this, and then see how he's like just super cool, and then all of a sudden he'll just everywhere, and it's just crazy to me. He is absolutely wild, but we love him. We couldn't find a home for him. We've had a couple people come and look. I had a couple people come and look at him, and every time they come, like the first one that came by to check him out, he hid, and I couldn't find him anywhere. Found out he was under the couch where I couldn't even get him. So that was a failure. And then the second time, I couldn't find him, and then I found him, and we brought him out and showed him to I'm looking at him. Showed him to the people that would want him, and he just jumped right out of their arms and ran and hid. So I was like, I don't know what to tell you guys if you still want him. He's a little sketchy, but I don't know what to say. So they just ended up saying that he probably would be best off here with mama and everything, because he obviously is very comfortable here. And I kind of agreed with them. So we decided that we're going to keep him. Now we've got 3 cats. Hey, get down. He is wild. Yeah, keep them separated. That's pretty much what I've been doing, is just trying to separate them as much as possible, counting down the days until they're both getting fixed, which is in 4 days now. So I've got 4 more days of this. I've had about 2 weeks of this, of keeping them separated. So yeah, I bet yours are driving the hubby nuts, but you have like 10 cats though, and all of them are like yours. You kept them. So absolutely. If I had that, I mean, remember when I had just the 7, the 5 kittens, the mama, and then my Odin, man, that shit was hell for 2 or 3 months, man. That was wild to me, dealing with all those cats and having to train how to pee and poop. So it was wild. Okay, so you do have 7, so you know how much it is. Oh my God. That was probably, this summer was probably one of the hardest summers I've ever had to deal with. Oh God. Yeah. Have you seen a new independent presidential candidate? I will send it. Okay. Yeah, absolutely, Lana. Is it like is he, thank you. Yeah. Oh, you love it though. Okay. Yeah, I do. Yeah. I loved the cats. I miss them a lot. I still get to hear from the owners that took the other cats. They send me pictures all the time. So like my little thing too, he was my little guy. He's my little runt. The owners send me pictures all the time, of how good he's doing and how big he's getting. He's like up to 6 pounds now. Oh, it's so cute. Oh my gosh. I absolutely adore the people that I gave them to. So they're doing so good, and I get to see them grow and stuff. So that's really cool. I don't have to deal with them, but I get to see them grow. Yeah. So the new independent candidate, is this a candidate that is running for president here in America in 2024? What are you doing? Hey, what do you got? What do you got? Yeah, I thought so. You cannot have those. This little fool is playing with thumbtacks. Oh my gosh. Okay. Yeah, I'll keep my eye up open for it, Lana, for sure. Send it in Slack. That way I can see it and not forget it. And I'll have that open right there at all times. Look at me. I'm already 30 minutes in, and I haven't even started talking yet about issues. Look at me. Yeah, you do that with the Fosters. Yeah, you keep in touch with them. That's so cool. I love that. I absolutely love that. Okay. Let's get into some stuff that's going on. I'm gonna start off with what Warren sent me, because I think this is very good stuff. So here's what happened. So he sent me this morning. This was shared by the Convo Couch. That's Pasta and Fee, I believe. So their British Prime Minister Liz Truss just announced this morning her resignation, and a new Prime Minister will be elected within this week. So let's watch.
I recognise, though, given the situation, I cannot deliver the mandate on which I was elected by the Conservative Party. I have therefore spoken to His Majesty the King to notify him that I am resigning as leader of the Conservative Party. I recognise, though, given the situation, I cannot deliver the mandate on which.
So, there's her her little resignation speech. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull up YouTube, and what we're gonna do is gonna try to find some kind of non-mainstream media video on this. It looks like, I mean, you gotta love YouTube, man. I swear. It's all like CNN, ABC, CBS, Sky News, C-SPAN. And I'm trying to find something this morning. Hey, you two, stop fighting. I was trying to find something this morning that's not like, see how this one is 1 minute and 40 seconds. So something not too, I guess we can watch The Hill. Okay, fuck it. I really don't want to watch these people, but it seems like it's the only one that I found this morning that's not like MSNBC, CB. Yeah, Holly, 44 days. They were saying this morning that she's the shortest running prime minister since the 1800s, and I believe that one was in for like 140 days. So she might be the shortest prime minister in UK history. I'm not completely sure. And the people were like laughing at the fact that some kind of like plant, I think it was like lettuce or something, ended up lasting longer than her. I don't know. It was some stupid stuff. Yeah, she resigned this morning. From what I've been reading and stuff, it looks like a lot of the people in her cabinet were stepping down. Somebody in her closest cabinet stepped down yesterday, and then the lead whip stepped down. Just a lot of people were stepping down and not backing her up. So she just decided this morning that she would step down herself. So yeah, see that the head of lettuce lasted longer than Liz. Yeah, Brianna Joy Gray is great on the Hill. I heard she wants to leave, so we'll see about that. Because what is going on, or what happened with Katie Halper over there, which I do want to cover some of her stuff today too. Okay, you did see the meme. Yeah, something about a head of lettuce is lasting longer than her. It was fucking weird. Yeah, you got to give it to them for this. Okay, so let's watch this.
Well, first, we've got some breaking news this morning. Liz Truss resigned as Prime Minister of the UK just moments ago, bringing an end to an embattled 6-week tenure that saw Truss's approval rating plummet and her own party turn on her over a dramatic economic downturn. Her 44-day term is the shortest in UK Prime Minister history.
I came into office at a time of great economic and international instability. Families and businesses were worried about how to pay their bills. Putin's illegal war in Ukraine threatens the security of our whole continent, and our country has been held back for too long by low economic growth. I was elected by the Conservative Party with a mandate to change this. We delivered on energy bills and on cutting national insurance. And we set out a vision for a low-tax, high-growth economy that would take advantage of the freedoms of Brexit. I recognise, though, given the situation, I cannot deliver the mandate on which I was elected by the Conservative Party.
Yeah, absolutely. Amber, Brexit, neoliberal austerity, and U.S. U.S. foreign policy has wrecked the UK economy. I'd get the hell out of there too, poor Liz. Well, I mean, wasn't she trying to privatize like the NHS? Like they have universal health care over there, and she was trying to privatize it. She's like, no, we don't need this. We everybody can pay for it. And then she was giving like tax cuts to the extremely rich people. Like, bitch, you're really trying to copycat America right now when you guys are actually doing better than us. You're like trying to backtrack. Us, progressives out here, we're like trying to get to where, not to the monarchy, but at least, economy wise to at least a certain point where all of you guys are, like Sweden and Norway and stuff. And she's over here like, let's just take it all away and be more like America. And England's like, fuck you, bitch, get out.
I have therefore spoken to His Majesty the King to notify him that I am resigning as leader of the Conservative Party.
We're so lucky to have Julia Manchester, our colleague at The Hill, joining us in studio to help break this all down. Julia, how do we get here? What is going on?
Yeah, I know. Just to quote the TikTok.
Poor VO512 AM. Do you live in England? Are you from the UK? I'm so sorry. Oh no. I don't want to be like the mean American that's over here like, haha, UK, and you're like from the UK. So if this is you, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Meme. It's what on earth is going on in the House of Commons. Look, I think this was always going to be a tumultuous tenure for Liz Truss, no matter how long she served. She came in at a time when there was so much backlash against Boris Johnson, now the former prime minister. Now, of course, he resigned for different reasons. He was very much facing a slew of scandals about COVID and so on and so forth. So with Liz Truss, though, this is all.
Man, this recording sounds like shit. I'm like, is this my computer that's doing this, or is this their recording? Because wow, like not only does it sound like it's in an echo box, but it's got like this click sound, click, 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 click to it. So I hope it's their video and not my computer.
Economics, and she was trying to implement what has been called Trussonomics, if you will, slashing tax cuts at historic rates in the United Kingdom. The issue with that there didn't appear to be a plan as to how to pay for those tax cuts, especially as we're seeing record inflation, not just in the UK, but really around the world. So there was an issue. And then, of course, there was internal turmoil within the Conservative Party. We saw that her minister resigned just days ago, only to be replaced by Jeremy Hunt, who, if you remember, 2019 ran against Boris Johnson for Conservative Party leadership. So there was quite a bit of internal party turmoil here.
Yeah, right, Amber. They quibbled over how to pay for tax cuts, which is ridiculous for a monetarily sovereign nation, and tax cuts for the rich never pay the same scrutiny. Exactly. Like I said, they're wanting to be more like America, but and with them being monetarily sovereign, like this is pretty much like the same kind of talking points as American conservatives have as well. Like even Democrats, because Biden decided to balance the budget, pay off our debts and shit. So yeah, this is the kind of thing that they always do. Like, let's pay off our debts, so we need to tax the shit out of all of you people. But that's not how you do it in a monetarily sovereign country. And you're absolutely right. And definitely the people saw that shit was starting to go up and things are starting to go down. And yeah, it was absolutely, it's their audio that's bad. Okay, you watched it earlier. Okay, good. So it is their audio. It's that clicking weird, like almost like a lag kind of feeling on it. It definitely somebody in their team messed up with the editing of this.
I don't think it's necessarily something that she resigned. However, I think the length of her tenure is certainly short. She is a serving prime minister in British history. I think the last one was George Canning in 1827 for 5 months, and he died. Liz Truss is resigning after 44 days. So certainly a surprising start to our Tuesday and I guess midday in the United Kingdom.
Yeah, Rob counting her tenure in Scaramucci's earlier. Yeah.
We gotta know what the metric conversion is for Scaramucci.
Right. But look, the contrast that you Boris Johnson is an interesting one.
Because good morning, Willie. I'm sorry, I totally forgot to even say good morning to you. You guys go check out the Willie Bragg Show. If you type that into YouTube, you'll find him there, and also in Twitch. Go and follow him. He's got a really cool show, just like us over here over at KRTD. His show is pretty much the same, so go check him out. But so what happens is, everybody smokes and drinks in England, and that's like the normal thing to do out there. But they don't have high fructose corn syrup in everything. So the reason they're saying there's people that have gone from England and moved to America and have like not obesity problems, but they start to gain a lot of weight eating the same food. And then they'll go back to England and eat that same exact food, and they'll start to lose the weight back to their normal size. And from what they're saying, it could be possibly like the high fructose corn syrup that is in all of our foods here in America that is causing people to gain weight, even eating the same kind of food. So at least that's what I've heard. My husband is from England. He is the last generation of his family born in England. All of his kids are born in America. But he noticed that as well when he moved from England to here, how different of the food and how like processed the food is over here compared to England. So in other countries, they actually ban that kind of stuff. And here in America, they don't. So that's kind of like the difference with the foods and the weight problems with Americans and UK people. So yeah, they walk a lot too. Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, if you're poor in America, you definitely walk a lot. Cause I remember in my 20s, I walked everywhere. Yeah, same with the gluten allergies. It's more prevalent in America. Absolutely. Yeah. I remember there was like that huge thing that was going on a few years back, where like the people were coming out with like that certain they were like, I can't have gluten in my food, and then people were like, you're just saying shit, it's some kind of new fad. But there was actually people that were literally allergic to the gluten in their food. I was working with this girl who ended up just, man, she lost so much weight and practically almost died because of it and had to change her whole diet and everything. It was wild. And it's just because of American food. So yeah, when I lived more abroad, I lost 10 pounds eating more. Exactly. So yeah, it's the food stuff that they allow in our foods here in America compared to other countries for sure. Yeah, exactly. They have more. It's kind of like in England, it's kind of like New York. You don't want to be in traffic or in cars because there is a lot of traffic, especially in the main area like London and stuff. My husband says it's just easier and faster actually to walk to where you want to go than even to take a taxi, because you're just going to end up sitting in traffic the whole time. So that's what he says, at least. So that's why they walk a lot. I already am preparing myself for when we go to England. I am going to just walk everywhere, unless we're going out to see like Stonehenge. Of course, I can't walk there because that's really far away. But yeah, I plan on walking when we go out there for sure. So that's definitely what we're doing. Yeah, you actually lost 5 pounds while you were in England. You were eating more, drank a lot that week while I was on vacation, and was a heavier smoker then. Right. Yeah, some gluten allergies are GMO related. Absolutely. Well, because you can see like the things that they do with our foods. If you look at chickens from back in like the 1600s, they were actually, the natural size of chickens was a lot smaller than what they are now. Same with tomatoes. Tomatoes are definitely a lot larger than what they used to be. There's a lot of vegetable plants and fruit plants that have grown because of the genetically modified organisms that they've added into the seeds of these plants. So yeah. London and Paris is a lot of walking for me. Yeah, that's what I hear is good. There's going to be a lot of walking if I ever go out there. So my husband wants to take me there. He wants to take me to Amsterdam. He wants to take me to all those different places. So definitely going to head out there within the next few years. I think so. Maybe. We'll see. His grandma just passed. Once his grandpa passes, definitely going to be heading out there because they have a lot of stuff out there. So head out there and see what we can do about the house and stuff. So yeah, I can't wait. That's gonna be fun.
That is someone who has been under scrutiny and criticism for a longer period of time. And it is interesting to note that Liz Truss would have not lasted. Paul Krugman wrote an article, an opinion piece yesterday in the Times, arguing that Liz Truss's fundamental is that she charted out a place in the kind of gestalt of opinions that is occupied by very few people, this kind of libertarian zone, fiscally conservative and socially liberal. And that perhaps
it's just me and her hitting this empty quadrant.
I mean, is it the case that there's just not the same kind of brilliance in the political sphere if you are advancing tax cuts for the rich as she was doing, without also having that social grist to keep working class people with you, and kind of being anti-immigration and having some of these anti-politics touch points in your discourse as well?
Yeah, it seems like that was really the case, during her tenure. But I think, at least from an American perspective and the coverage that we'll to see, we saw that so much of her tenure was really overshadowed by economics and the state of the economy. And I think part of the reason for that is that, over the past years since Britain.
You know what, Nikki, I was wondering the same thing. Who is this girl? Is she Katie's replacement now? Because it definitely feels like it. It's hard to sit here and listen to them while they're like glitching. Yeah, exactly. I definitely don't watch this show either. That's why I've got this clip up. I was just looking through the YouTube recommendation part of Liz Truss stepping down, and this was at least the least mainstream media news one that I found. And it just so happens that it's glitchy, so of course. Yeah, I don't watch this show either. Oh, you guys go check out Nikki over on Twitch as well. I think she's just on Twitch if you guys want to go check her out. So that's how you spell it right there. I'm just gonna start calling it like what is it from Jim Carrey movie When Nature Calls. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna totally blank out on the name. Anyway, the Jim Carrey movie where it's like in the movie. That's what I'm just gonna call Nikki, is Nikki. That's what it's gonna be. Yeah.
Voted to leave the European Union.
I'll see myself out. I'm done.
I mean, David Cameron left, then you had Theresa, you had Boris Johnson, now Liz Truss, and whoever comes after her, and it leads to very much a place of concern among a lot of people. They don't know what's next.
And all of those people you mentioned, those are all the previous leaders. Those are all. It's remarkable to me that the UK has been governed Conservative Party since Gordon Brown left in 2010. It's a 12-year war with much turnover in terms of leadership, all these embarrassing fights, and yet the Conservative coalition remains in power. So I guess is this one thing too many? Will Labor make a comeback? The approval number, right, like the people's, who would you prefer to be in charge, is very much Labor right now. Labor has been in the wilderness for what would be in the U.S. context a just totally unprecedented amount of time.
Right. I'm wondering, it probably has to do with the factor, I would guess, that conservatives maybe politically may just be more savvy in the United.
Yeah, the Ace Ventura, Chicago, but it sounds like Chicago. We're just gonna do it. We're gonna do it. We're just gonna say it. That's Nikki's new name. Chicka. I'm done. I'm gonna just see myself out. I think I just need to go back to bed. Right? Are you saying this? Oh my gosh, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, she's got like your eyes, your hair, like your face smoothness, but then like the roundness of Tina, and like the mouth and the nose, a little bit of Tina. I could totally see that. Yeah, if you and Tina were to like and have a baby, for sure. Holy shit. She does look like you. She's got like that side angle like you as well. You guys are so pretty. Man, I love it. You might stream one of your favorite British political films Saturday night. Hell yeah. We're going to watch a movie on your show on Saturday? That's what I'm talking about. You're going to say that kind of looks like you. Yeah, it does. That's wild. I mean, yeah. The wardrobe of Tina. You both have side parts. I think that's a millennial thing too. We all got side parts. Right, yeah, she just needs the fisherman hat, the ones where like fishermen put all their little fishing stuff inside of. Yeah, like Nikki wears for sure. Yeah, absolutely, of course. Nikki is fucking gorgeous. So, absolutely. I agree. I get jealous of how pretty they all are. No, it's mine. I know you say that because I'm here. Don't say that. Look at that. I mean, I've got it too. So that's, what we call each other. We'll just, we're just part of the big 4-head gang. That's all. We're like the 5-head gang. So that's okay. I'm sad when people want to leave the 4-head gang. So I enjoy it. Thank you, Nikki. Yes, the bucket hat. Nikki does have style. I know. She's like the only person I know on YouTube or Twitch that can get away with the Fisher hat and still look fucking hot. I look at those hats and I'm like, there's just no fucking way. I'll end up looking like the murderer from I Know What You Did Last Summer. And I just can't get away with it. But Nikki's got it. Like, she's definitely got the face for it. I look good with the trucker hats. That's what I'm really good with. And beanies. So yeah, for sure. Bucket hat. Okay, let's finish watching.
It can be able to capitalize.
I don't want to though. It's
more
boring.
than labor has been able to. But, in the era that Britain finds itself in, outside of the European Union, as Russ said that in her statement, as Russia's war in Ukraine threatens the stability of Europe, much of the Western and, world in general, I'm wondering if there will be a shift among British people, to say, we've had it with this type of party.
Well, Liz Truss was incredibly pro, as was Boris Johnson, defending Ukraine, etc.
You know what? I have to admit, you know what hats I really do love are like those Russian hats. They're not like hats, they're more like beanie hats, but they're like the big fuzzy things with like the ears that come down right here, the ear parts, and then you can like pull them up and like, put them up at the top right here. Those really cool Russian ones. I love those hats. Those hats look awesome on me. Those are my favorite. And beanies too. Beanies are super, super favorite of mine.
I don't know how well that fits out here, that a lot of actual conservative voters are not as for an unlimited commitment to Ukraine's defense as their own person, certainly not as much as the sort of Biden administration here. I wonder if there's a dynamic in the UK.
Yeah, and I think that
I have no idea.
I don't know exactly. I will certainly find out soon, but I think a lot of it has to do with the state of the economy. I mean, here in the States, there is economic hurt with inflation and these, gas prices and such. We seem to see that happening in the United Kingdom. I would imagine that there is that question as well.
Yeah,
it's fascinating.
Yeah, well, thank you so much for joining us to talk about that. I'm sure we'll continue to follow this story.
There's that one. God, that shit is so boring. Oh my gosh. Especially with all like the clicky weird stuff. Okay, you New Yorkers have them. It's a New York Russian thing. Okay, yeah. I figured some kind of Americans got a hold of them because they're I definitely have some of those hats that are very Americanized. So like the one that I have is black and it's got like kitty ears on the top, and then it actually came with like a face mask that attaches to the ear parts that matches. So that way during the pandemic, if I was cold, I could like just wear the beanie with the face mask thing over it and just walk around like that. Motherfuckers can't see me. Can't see me. Yes, bring them back. Absolutely. I'm down. Yeah, they're perfect for blizzards. Because that's the one thing about like hats and stuff is like I can cover like with beanies, I can cover up part of my ears, but then like the bottom parts of my ears are covered. So with those Russian ones, those things that come down right there, it just completely covers my ears. Mine has like a little snap, like buckle thing on it. So I'll just snap and buckle it under my chin. So that way it'll be against my ears. So warm. Definitely. I mean, I live in an area where we get snow all the time. So I needed something like that, especially with my skinny ass. So, yeah, right. Let's get Fee to mail us some like legit Russian hats like that. That would be sick. Have like the commie symbol on the top of it so we can scare people when we go grocery shopping. Good Lord, my town would probably like burn me at the stake at the lake or something for sure. Yeah, they're online, of course. Yeah, Russian hats and Timbs. Wear some Russian hats and some Timberlands. Oh God, that would be great. I love how we were talking about Liz Truss steps down and we all get stuck on hats. This is typical of my show on Thursdays. This is normally a Friday thing. Look at this girl. Oh my gosh. Look at this screen share that they're putting up for the picture of her. Nikki, do you look like that? She trying too hard. That's a good picture. Good job, chick. Good job. Poor lady. They're like, here's the new side face of the Rising. Let's show her off. Jesus Christ, that's so funny. And then what was the second thing that you sent me? Oh, yeah, that's right. Thank you, Warren. Okay, so Warren sent me another thing. This morning, what he sent to me was, so earlier this week, we talked about how AOC like broke down or went off on like some guy that went off on her at a town hall, and then she called him rude. Well, apparently it happened again. So it seems like this is just kind of what's going to be happening to AOC. Doesn't seem like anything's going to change. This is just what's going to happen to her. She's definitely losing the trust of her constituents for sure. So, oh, it's called Ushanka. Okay. Okay. What? Someone criticized Fee for taking too many model pics of herself. Let her live her best life. Let her slay. If she wants to go and be hot, then that's her prerogative. She's allowed to. If Merrick DeVille can go on YouTube and be sexy and talk about the news, so can Fee. That's kind of not fair that people are making fun of her for that. She is first and foremost a woman who wants to be who she wants to be, and that's really mean. If you hear anyone or see anyone making fun of her model pictures, tag me in it or send it to me or something, and I'll fucking go over there and I'll stand for her. So I don't like people bagging on women who are trying to feel beautiful. I think that's bullshit. Because that's all we have as women is like our own self-confidence. If we can't love ourselves, then who else are we going to be able to love? And then that's what puts us into bad situations. So I can't allow that to happen. Girl power. That's what Warren. Yeah, the video where Warren was like the green screen was behind him and he goes, "Kitty," that kind of hat. Yeah, those are the ones that I have. Yep. That guy is sus, just so you know. Wait, what guy? What guy is sus? Which one? Who's sus? Yeah, right. It's tough being AOC. So let's read this. Rep AOC appeared to break after she was mercilessly heckled at a town hall. She was listening to constituents at an event located in the borough of Queens when protesters began to belittle and verbally beat down the outspoken squad member. Come on, get out of my way. So here's the video. I mean, I understand why I'm dancing. Why the fuck is she dancing? She's literally dancing to her own audience saying AOC has got to go. Yeah, she's about to lose her fucking shit. You could tell. They turned the lights off on her. Oh my God, here we go. Yeah, I absolutely support Fee. I support any female who is putting herself out there in the public sphere. Because I know the hate that comes along with it. The bigger you get, the more hate that you get. And I fully support any woman who's got the guts enough to go out there and do something like what she's doing. I mean, I'm in a smaller version of it, and I can't even read YouTube comments sometimes. So I totally empathize with what she is going through and how she deals with it. Like I said, a lot of people, especially when it comes to males' opinions and how they look at females, it's like usually they're one of two things. They're either really pretty and dumb, or they're really smart and ugly. So it's really hard for certain types of people to even fathom that a really pretty face can be really smart at the same time. Something that, I mean, I don't like to say that I'm very like egotistical or whatever, but I know that I'm pretty, but I also know that that's not just it about me. Like I'm kind of like the opposite. Like I know I'm pretty, but I want people to see my intelligence. Like Fee has just surpassed people with her intelligence, but she wants to remind people like, hey, I'm still pretty too. So I fully support Fee with everything she's doing. Girl power. Absolutely love it. So why is AOC the only one being called out for war spending? It's totally legit criticism, but they all do it. I hope it's a trend. Yeah, I know. I do too. I hope. Well, that's the thing though, too, is like AOC is out there doing town halls, and a lot of our representatives in regular areas aren't. So like even in my area, Jay Olbernolte is our congressman, and he has not had a single town hall. I mean, even when we had Paul Cook before him, no town hall. Like I talked about this the other day. I mean, our entire Indivisible group literally had a town hall out in his town and had a cardboard cutout of our representative because he wouldn't show up. So you know, I think what's happening with her is that because she's doing so many town halls and being in front of her constituents, this is, you know, what they want to do. So if all the other congressmen and politicians would have town halls, I think this would be showing up more often, and a lot more people would be doing this. So we just got to get more Congress people to have town halls. So yeah, she's a badass. Absolutely. Your drip is a trip. Yeah, exactly. Accountability. Yeah. And AOC is trying to play it off. Exactly. Even AOC is dancing. Rude. Okay, Holly, thank you. Yeah, I will definitely go and check Slack out in a minute. I'll probably do that, do your ones after these ones that Warren sent to me. So yeah, I mean, not everybody has to agree with what she is, but there's nothing wrong with pretty photos. Pretty photos is pretty photos. I'll fucking sit there and I'll like them and I'll share them and be like, oh, look at this hot bitch. So you're actually my type. Thanks, Willie. I'm a lot of people's types. I tend to be a people pleaser. I'm what they call a chameleon. So I can be whatever you like. See, Dan Crenshaw got heckled at a meet and greet the other night. So, oh, is that the one-eyed pirate guy? Okay. So yeah, I mean, see, so we just got to get these guys to do town halls, these people to do town halls, and I'm pretty sure it's going to happen with them as well. Sometimes representatives like to hide. Mine. Yeah, see, mine has town halls, but makes you write your questions on a 3x5 card and chooses which he wants to answer. Ugh, that's horrible. What a fucking piece of shit congressman or congresswoman. Yeah, I know. I'm gonna get so much slack in bullshit in the comment section later on when this clip comes out from conservatives. You're gonna call him a pirate? It's gonna be fun.
Very classy. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Okay. We love you, AOC. Thank you.
I didn't see her losing it right there. It looks like she was just standing in the back. I know, like right here, she's about to say that she, you know, can't be in a room without the lights because stuff happens or whatever, but it didn't seem like she was kind of losing it back there. It just looks like she was kind of irritated. People right there, some of them were like saying thank you to her too. So it looks like it's like a mixed crowd maybe. There you go. AOC's handlers in the crowd trying to get people to be quiet didn't work. Jimmy is just the worst. She twists Jordan Peterson's words. Oh, do I? Thank you. Absolutely. That's what the comments section say in that video. So yeah, you gotta love those incels, right? Miguel, right wing, not Republican. Oh, okay. He's a Republican supporting Tina Ford. Okay. She's beautiful when she's angry.
I'll be in a room with the lights turn off. It gets a little. That's one of the things. All right. Listen. Okay, listen.
Congresswoman, none of this matters unless there's a nuclear war, which you voted to send arms and weapons to Ukraine. Tulsi Gabbard, she's left the Democratic Party because there are other war hawks. Okay, you originally voted, you ran as an outsider, yet you've been voting to start this war in Ukraine. You're voting to start a thermonuclear war with Russia and China. Why are you playing with the lives of American citizens? You're playing with our lives.
There will be no neighbors if there's a nuclear bomb. You voted to mobilize.
Yeah, thanks, Warren. I was like, wait, that sounds familiar right there. So, okay, so that was just repeating last week's one. Okay. So then, yeah, it just looks like here, let's watch this again with no words. So she's dancing while people are heckling her. Obviously, she doesn't really, it doesn't look like it's really bothering her. We're gonna find out in a few weeks when voting comes out if she's won or not. So let's read this. They also yelled, she's 33 now? Wow, she's only 4 years younger than me. I thought she was like in her late 20s. Dang, she's only like 2 years away from being able to run for president. That's crazy. I thought she was like way many more years younger than me, not so close. I'm so close to her age. Anyway, calling her disgraceful and a sellout. At one point, AOC danced on the beat to the beat of the chants. The lights went out. She briefly exited the room. When she returned, she was like, all right, listen. This is the second time in the same number of weeks that one AOC town hall has been disrupted by protesters upset with her overtly leftist position and total agreement with House Democrats. That's it about that one. It's so funny. Look at, I've got like, these are like directed ads to my area. So this is the guy right here. Oh, it just went away. That was the guy that's running against my local congressman out here against what I was just saying, Jay Obernolte. That guy was the Democrat running. So yeah. Okay, she was 29 when she got elected in 2018. Damn, time went by way too fast. Way too fast. She's already in almost to her mid-30s. My generation. Yeah. I thought you were younger than that, Les Bones. I could have sworn you were still young. Andrea, who's a trans streamer, wants AOC to run for president in 2028. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I mean, with her being in office for so long, this will probably be something around the next step of what she's going to do with her thing is, you know, if she stays as a, you know, as a congressperson, yeah, she might run. I mean, you never know. It seems like it's in her book, so it could happen. I don't know who Andrea is, but interesting. That's interesting. I mean, yeah, I could totally expect people to want to see her run. So yeah, Andrea, that girl is insane. You are not old, Les Bones. You are not old. You're younger than me. That's all that matters. As long as you're younger than me, all of you mofos are young. I'm starting to feel old. Good vibes. Okay. Let's see what Holly has sent us. What is this?
Hey everyone.
How the far right co-ops anti-war rhetoric to push imperialism. Ben Norton is joined by journalists to discuss how right-wing has tried to infiltrate and co-opt the anti-war movement while supporting the U.S. imperialism. Looking at Tucker Carlson and Tulsi, right? We analyze the same phenomenon in France, right? You know, that's the thing is like a lot of these Republican conservatives are saying like they're anti-war and stuff, which I think, you know, at least the voters, the Republican voters, the regular people themselves, they're anti-war. I know like my whole family are all Trump supporters and they're all anti-war. So like the regular people are anti-war. So then like the conservative party themselves will be like, oh, we're anti-war, but they're like super military, very pro-war, military industrial complex type people. So yeah, that's definitely we're liars because we're younger. Yeah, right. No, you're not, Nikki. You're not older than me, goddamn liar. You're like in your young 30s, aren't you? I'm like 37. I'm old as shit. I'm getting up there. My 40s are kicking. They're kicking. They're there. Willie and I are the youngest ones here. That's right. That's right, Warren. You're the youngest. You guys are babies. I'm not young. I'm not younger. I'm 37. 1985. I'm an 85 baby. Ugh, I hate it. Do you want your hoodie? Oh, no. Very true. Yeah, exactly, Willie. You're young, too. Extra bullet equals jail bait. Oh, I love it. I absolutely love it. Oh God. Okay, so what is this other one that oh, it's another
Europe
one.
often tries to portray.
Okay, neo-colonial rant. EU says Europe is garden superior to the rest of the world's barbaric jungle. EU foreign policy chief showed the West neo-colonial mentality, claiming the world needs Europe as a beacon and beautiful garden to civilize the barbarous jungle in the global South. He also called for regime change to create a post-Putin Russia. Oh, hell no. We be watching this now. All right, you guys. We're watching this. Get there.
Europe.
There we go. So this is done by Multipolarista. Okay. I know that I've seen this guy before. I think I know who Ben Norton, right? This guy used to have like no followers, like barely any watchers and stuff, and like he's just grown in the last couple of years. And what's so funny is like every time I see his face, doesn't he look like Elijah Wood, the actor? He always reminds me of Elijah Wood, the kid from oh, he's been in tons of movies. Yeah, Elijah Wood. That's what he looks like to me, at least. Elijah Wood. You were born in 1983. You are fucking older. I thought you were younger than me, Nikki. I could have sworn you were like 31 or something. I swear you were younger than me. I had no fucking clue. I have so much more respect for you now. I mean, not like I didn't already have respect for you, but holy shit, I had no idea. Hell yeah. I never meet people that are older than me. It's very, not too often. Even Warren's younger than me. Oh, Willie, don't put out your age. I'll put it up on the screen. You know, that's so cute, though. I think that's how old my mom was. She was like 16 or 17 when she had me. So you're like the same age as my mom. And my mom is super young to me. Like, I practically call my mom my sister. So, because we're so close in age. I grew up with Strawberry Shortcake, Rainbow Bright, Ninja Turtles, Sega Genesis. Fuck yeah, that's right. Fraggle Rock. What else did we got back in those days? Jesus Christ. Ren and Stimpy. We had Beavis and Butthead. We had some like really, really good shows back in the day. The cartoons were fucking killer. And then when we got to be grown-ups, we got the Adult Swim cartoons. Whew. Man, life is good as a millennial when it comes to cartoon watching, man. We just keep growing up and the cartoons just change with us. It was the best. You do not have to sit there and defend yourself, Nikki. Let's watch Ben Norton death metal. Okay. His eyes are hypnosis. Yeah, exactly. Nikki, you're definitely do not show that you're that age. I could have sworn you were, I mean, at least, or at the most 31, maybe at the least like 25, 26 years old is what I would have thought. So damn girl, you're pushing the 40 like me. You just had 39th birthday, which would make you a Libra. Is that what you are? You're a Libra? Last month, so you're either a Libra or a Virgo. I like that. That's how you feel too, right? Amber, I was born in 79, back when Coke was still good. So true. I mean, I don't know. I was too young to do it back then, so. Yeah, happy belated birthday, Nikki. Holy shit. I know. So that's what I thought. I thought you were in your 20s, maybe 31, 32 at the most. So you definitely got some really, really good genes up in there. So yeah, you're born in 1969. Don't mind people knowing your age. Okay. Yeah, my mom was born in 68. So that's cool. That's cool. You're both 69ers. That's right. Nice. Is that how you do it? Nice. Yeah, exactly. The only certain population can say they're born in 69. That's so cool to say you were born in 69, but then also like I've always wanted to be like of drinking age in 69 just so I can go to Woodstock, because my name is Jimmy, like I'm named after Jimi Hendrix. So like my favorite time in history is when Jimi Hendrix played the Star Spangled Banner at Woodstock 69. And I've always thought like I would have loved to have been there to see that. That would have, if I can go back in history, that'd probably be one of the things that I would go see is Jimi Hendrix playing the Star Spangled Banner in the morning of Woodstock 69. That, oh my God. Right? I was 2 years old when I found out y'all's ages. I know. It's all right. We're all old. We're all old. Okay, so you're on the Virgo Libra cusp. All right. That's so cool. That's neat. And see, I love that because my rising sign is a Libra. I'm on the Cancer Leo cusp. So my birthday is July 22nd. So the 22nd of July is the last day of Cancer. And then the 23rd of July is the first day of Leo. And I think I'm like 4 hours away from being a Leo. So I'm a Cancer, but I'm on that Cancer cusp of Leo. Yeah, same. When I was 28, I started freaking out about turning 30. By the time I was 30, I was feeling okay. Yeah, 28 is when I started freaking out, thinking that I was still very conservative minded, like a libertarian type thinking back then, very nuclear family. That's kind of how I was raised at the time. So I was like, oh my God, I'm getting old and nobody's gonna like me anymore. I gotta go get married now. And so now, 29, 30 years old, I got that marriage thing under the bus and here I am now. So yeah. You were born in the months after MLK was assassinated. Damn. Okay, you're on September 23rd. Okay. Jimi Hendrix is your hubby's all-time favorite musician. That's who I'm named after. My aunt got to name me. So my aunt is super obsessed with Jimi Hendrix. So that's why she's like, oh yeah, let's name her Jimmy. So that's why. Old ladies are hot. That's right. Get us some G-MILFs. Grandmas I'd like to fuck. Technically, I am a grandma. I mean, my husband's daughter has a 3.5-year-old son. So I am a step grandma. So I am technically a grandma MILF, G-MILF, in a sense. Like I'm a step grandma, so I am technically a grandma. I mean, my kids, obviously my 17-year-old could have a kid if she wanted to, but she's gay. Thank God. So I don't have to worry about me being a grandma anytime soon at all because my oldest one is a lesbian and my youngest one is still too young to even know what sex is. I hope. I think she just had like her period a month ago for the first time. So I'm good so far, but I do have, my stepkid, my husband's kid has a son. So I am technically a grandma in a way. Hey, I'm like the hottest, youngest grandma I've ever met in my entire life. Fuck yeah. My niece and nephews have kids, so I'm a great uncle in more ways than one. That's right. You are a great uncle, Uncle Warren. You are. You're a great uncle to everybody here too. I can't call you Uncle Warren because I can't see you as my uncle at all. That's just not my thing. You're like my ride or die. You're my baby. So I can't see you as Uncle Warren, but I do see you as Warren. And I do see how everyone can see you as an uncle for sure. You definitely have that like the caretaker, you want to take care of people, but you're also like the cool guy as well. You're like the cool uncle that like, sneaks like a joint or a spliff over to your nephew and is like, don't tell your mom, you're that kind of person. So for sure. An S-gilf. What is a step grandma? That took a minute to get. Holy shit. Yeah, you knew some grandmas who were teen moms from my school too. Yeah. I'm pretty sure. I'm trying to think of how old my mom was when I had my first kid. So if my mom is 17 years older than me and I had my first kid at 19, that would be 29, 30, 36. So yeah, I guess I'm 37. So my mom was a grandma at 36 and technically I'm not really a grandma because my kids, just my stepkids have a kid. So I'm technically like a step grandma. So 36, 37 was around my mom's age when she became a grandma. So right around my age is when my mom became a grandma and I had my first kid. So Yeah, I feel it. I know I'm bad at math too. So I don't, it's either 36 or 37. Okay, we're getting sidetracked. Fucking Thursdays.
Often tries to portray itself as progressive. It's a big part of its soft power. But the reality is below the
I'm gonna let
superficial
this play. I gotta go
level
potty.
of
I've been
rhetoric
drinking
and
coffee.
propaganda, the reality is that Europe is still deeply colonialist and extremely racist. And this October, we saw one of the most jaw-dropping examples of this in a speech that was given by basically the foreign minister, the top foreign policy official of the European Union, Josep Borrell. And he gave a speech in which he said that Europe is a beautiful garden and a beacon of civilization for the world. And he said Europeans are gardeners. And then he said the rest of the world, the vast majority of the population in the global south, he used the term emerging countries. So that means the global south. Those countries, he claimed, the non-white countries, are not a beautiful garden like Europe. Instead, they are a barbaric jungle, a violent jungle. And he said that Europe is important to the world, he said, boasting of how great Europe is. Europe has to bring civilization to the global south. The gardeners have to help protect and save the people in the jungle. And he said if they don't, they're going to be invaded. This is straight up colonialist, racist rhetoric that says that white Europeans are superior to supposed knuckle-dragging cavemen in the global south. And he just said this all completely openly. And he said it in a speech at the European Union.
I'm back. I already went to the bathroom. I'm done. I'm back. I am the fastest pisser in the West. I promise. I will pee faster than you can imagine. I'm a fast pisser.
And I will link to it in the description below. This report is based on the official transcript of Borrell's remarks that he made on October 13th at the opening of the European Diplomatic Academy. But if you don't believe everything that I said, I'm now going to show video clips from this insanely racist rant that shows that Europe is still deeply neo-colonialist and sees the global south not as independent and sovereign parts of the world, but areas of the world that need to be colonized by Europe. And of course, what he doesn't mention is Europe wants to colonize them in order to take their natural resources. Here is this shocking clip.
Here, Bruges is a good example of the European garden. Yes, Europe is a garden. We have built a garden. Everything works. It's the best combination of political freedom, economic prosperity, and social cohesion that the humankind has been able to build. There's three things together. And here, Bruges is maybe the good representation of beautiful things, intellectual life, well-being. The rest of the world, and you know very well, Federica, is not exactly a garden. The rest of the world, most of the rest of the world is a jungle. And the jungle could invade the garden. And the gardeners should take care of it.
Yeah, that's super fucking racist. I can't believe he fucking said that shit. Can you imagine sitting there actually talking to people saying that like these countries are a jungle and they're going to invade our garden as if like there's some invasive species or something and we can't allow that to happen, but we can go there and take all their natural resources. Fucking gross.
To take care of the garden, but they will not protect the garden by walls, by building walls. A nice small garden surrounded by high walls in order to prevent the jungle coming in is not going to be a solution, because the jungle has a strong growth capacity and the wall will never be high enough in order to protect the garden. The gardeners have to go to the jungle. The Europeans has to be much more engaged with the rest of the world. Otherwise, the rest of the world will invade us by different ways and means. Yes, this is my most important message. We have to be much more engaged with the rest of the world.
Now, there's so many things to respond to in that just complete nonsense that he said there. First of all, the idea that everything works, he says in Europe, everything works, that would come to a surprise to the many thousands, potentially millions of Europeans right now who are protesting on the streets against the energy crisis, the economic recession, the decline in living standards, the austerity policies imposed, the neoliberal capitalist policies imposed that have made their lives harder, that have cut healthcare, have cut education. I mean, he's
this guy's going off. He is good. He's like, let me just list off all the things that the reasons why these countries are not that good. Holy shit. Like, does he have a script? Because damn. He just went off and said all of it.
It works in Europe as if this place is like a utopia is completely absurd. But then there's also getting to this completely condescending and racist rhetoric where he says that if Europe does not engage with the rest of the world, he says, and when he says engage, of course, we all know what he means. He means dictate terms to the global south. It's not mutual engagement. It's not bilateral engagement. This is unilateral. And he says, if Europe doesn't engage with the rest of the world, he says, otherwise the rest of the world will invade us. This is incredible. Europe, this area of the world, is responsible for the worst empires in history. For 500 years, going back to the late 1400s, European colonialist powers have invaded every single corner of the planet. They have pillaged and plundered and murdered and committed genocide and ethnic cleansing, removing indigenous peoples off of their land, committing genocide on a massive level never seen before in human history, including Nazism and fascism, which, by the way, were uniquely European, including the mass genocide that the British Empire oversaw in the Indian subcontinent, or the French mass murder of over 1 million Algerians during the Algerian War for Independence, or, of course, the ethnic cleansing and genocide of indigenous nations in the modern-day Americas. Not only the United States, also Canada, some parts of Latin America. We're talking about Europe. Europeans are the people, more than anyone in human history, who have invaded more countries, who have committed more atrocities.
So, Lana, this is Ben Norton. I know he used to have his own show on YouTube. I don't know exactly what he's doing now, but it looks like he's on some kind of official channel, official page, with 33,000 subscribers right here. So I have no idea what this guy does, what he's doing now. But yeah, Ben Norton. Here, Amber said it really good too. Ben is great. He used to be with the Gray Zone, but had a falling out with Max Blumenthal. He lives in Nicaragua. There you go. There's Ben. That's what Ben is doing. What? No way. Holy shit, you guys. Thank you over there on freaking Rockfin. Hold on, let me say hi. Okay, so we got Extra Booyah over there. We got Warren, and we got Miguel, Mr. H over there. Thank you for saying hi over on the Rockfin. And thanks for subscribing over on the Rockfin. Holy crap, you guys. I think we were at like 33 yesterday, and so we just got 30 more. It's exciting. We're growing on Rockfin. We just started our Rockfin channel and started putting stuff up on Sunday and Monday. So less than a week and we're already up to 63. That's so cool. Warren was so right about that. I thank you, Warren, for helping us. I used Warren as a reference to get us on Rockfin. So thank you, Warren, for doing that for me and helping me. It's so cool. I'm excited about it. Ben runs his own publication called Multipolarista. So this right here is them, the Multipolarista. I shall subscribe since I haven't yet, as you can see. So definitely, yeah, thank you. 63 on Rockfin. So exciting.
And more crimes against humanity. And yet the top foreign policy chief of the European Union, this imperialist neoliberal institution, is accusing the global south of threatening to invade them. This is projection of exactly what European colonialists have done for hundreds of years. Are people forgetting the millions of Africans who were enslaved by European colonialists in order to steal their labor? Literally, the wealth of Europe and North America was built on stealing the natural resources of the global south and mass enslavement to steal the labor of African slaves. I mean,
fucking go off, Ben. Go off. Get it. He ain't speaking nothing but truths right now.
Western capitalism is fundamentally based on genocide and ethnic cleansing and war, and the wars have never ended. And yet we hear one of the top officials in the European Union accuse the global south of exactly what the European colonialists have done and still do today. Still do across Latin America, Africa, Asia. Is incredible. But as if that weren't enough, that wasn't the only extremely ridiculous thing that the EU foreign policy chief said in his speech. Here he continues with this racist rhetoric. Here's from the same speech on October 13th.
And believe me, Europe is a good example for many things. And the world needs Europe. The world needs Europe. My experience of traveling around the world is that people look at us as a beacon. Why so many people want to come to Europe? Are there flows of illegal or irregular migrants going to Russia? Not many. Oh, no, they come into Europe, but for good reasons, So keep the garden, be good gardeners, but your duty will be not to take care of the garden itself, but the jungle outside. Thank you.
That is like so racist in the most professional way possible, using like little similes and innuendos to try to get his point across that these other countries are just full of savages and we got to go and tend to them to make them look like us. It's whitewashing. It's literally the same type of colonialism, like Ben is saying, that just forcing people to live how we live, like what we did to the indigenous tribes here in America and in Canada, and what we did to the blacks in Africa and in the islands down below. What we've done to South America is just more colonialism, just in like the most weirdest similes possible.
Listen to what he says here. He says the world needs Europe. He says people look at us as a beacon. I mean, this is, again, so condescending. The world needs Europe. Yeah, the region of the world that committed genocide and colonized the entire planet. The world needs Europe. No, Europe needs the global south to extract its natural resources, which is exactly why Europe is going through an economic crisis right now, because Europe doesn't have cheap energy anymore from Russia, a country that was basically colonized by the US and Europe in the 1990s after overthrowing the Soviet Union. And the reason they hate Russia now is because it refuses to be a colony. That's why Europe is trying to go to Saudi Arabia and Qatar and Egypt and apartheid Israel and all these countries, which is apartheid Israel, by the way, is part of this process of European colonization that continues to this day. Israel is a European Western settler colonialist project in the heart of West Asia. So anyway, the point is Europe has to go to all these regions of the world, largely in the global south, in order to get their natural resources. Europe needs the global south. The global south doesn't need Europe. So then he says, why do so many people come to Europe? Are there flows of illegal or irregular migrants going to Russia? Not many. No, they're coming to Europe. Yeah, why are they going to Europe? Because Europe and the US destroyed their countries and waged war on them and imposed sanctions on them and underdeveloped and de-developed their countries over hundreds of years of colonial exploitation.
Right. So when you're in school and you're learning about history and stuff, when you hear about migration, there are two reasons why people migrate. There's a push factor and a pull factor. So with a push factor is that there's something going on in your country that you don't like, whether it's austerity, slavery, just, the poorness, you just can't, the violence in the country, those are push factors. So they're pushing you away from your country. Mm-hmm. And then there's also pull factors. So if you're going to another country and you're saying like, America is the land of the free, America has really good jobs, I can get a good job there and take care of my family and send them money to another country or back to our country, those are pull factors. Something is pulling you in towards them. And that's the reason why a lot of people migrate, is for one or two of those reasons. And this is pretty much that same example. These people are migrating to European countries because not only the push factor in their own country, but the pull factor that the European countries are saying, and what these people in these other countries are hearing about these first world countries is enough pull factor to make them want to go there, even though not knowing that when they get there, they're not going to be fully accepted. They're going to have to sit at the border, and even in America with the Mexico border, there was a time a few years ago where we were sterilizing women at the border. So there's a lot of, like I said, there's a lot of push factors in their own countries that's pushing them away. And then there's pull factors from these first world countries, white countries that are pull factors that make them want to go there. But they don't realize is once they get there, this pull factor that they're wanting is actually non-existent. It's really hard to get. And they're usually even worse off than, they're a little bit safer, but not that much safer than where they were in their own country. So that's what he's talking about with that. Please follow Dr. Fidel Kabou for much more detailed information about the stolen resources of the global south and the economic ramifications and solutions. Yeah, Fidel Kabou does a really, really good job at explaining how economies work through an MMT perspective, but also through a layman's perspective. So people that, not saying like layman is a, term for dumb people or anything like that, just people that don't understand like monetarily sovereign countries and how MMT works in countries that create their own currency. And Fidel Kabou is amazing when it comes to that kind of stuff, just kind of bringing it down to where it's in bite-sized, digestible pieces of information to where you can kind of get a lot of your aha moments to understand how the economy works. That's a lot of the problems with economists is when they talk so much in such big words that it's really hard to get. And by the end of it, you're like, that was just a bunch of mumbo jumbo. Holy fuck, I need to watch it again. But Fidel Kabou does a really good job of breaking things down to help you understand how this stuff works. So I know Amber's the smarty pants. She's our, so are you, Sherry. Oh yeah, you guys keep an eye out for Sherry. She is going to be here this Friday with me on the show. So wait, that's tomorrow. Oops. So tomorrow, Sherry Wise will be on the show. So we're going to have a little special segment called Ask Dr. Wise. I think tomorrow she's going to be talking about some certain things. But if you guys have any questions that you want answered from Ask Dr. Wise, please feel free. I'll definitely be helping her out with some of this stuff too. So let me know if you guys have any questions. Imagine like back in the day when you get the newspaper and you turn to the back and it was like, ask this person or ask, Miss Sally or whatever. And like some people, who buy newspapers would ask her a life question or something like that. And then she would answer it. So we're gonna do something like that. So Ask Dr. Wise is tomorrow. If you guys have anything you want her to talk about, she'll be here for, I'm probably sure about an hour or so. Right in the morning, I'm gonna get my 15 minutes of talking over, and then we'll bring her right in and just start going. So yeah, there's some small words. I would never want to go to Europe. Not even visit. Too much racism. Yeah, I completely understand that. As a not white person, I can understand that. I mean, I'm pretty sure like England itself is probably okay. I worry myself to go anywhere as an American. My husband always says, like, if we go somewhere out of country, just to tell them I'm Canadian, because I guess I like have the Canadian look about me. But yeah, I heard that American tourists are not very welcome in a lot of countries. So yeah, I'm like, I'm Canadian, eh? How you doing? What we talking about? It's exactly what I would do when I'm going to other countries. And then I'd fuck up and my like California accent would come out and they'd be like, oh yeah, no, you're from America, bitch. Yeah, exactly. Say Canadian. Exactly. They do not like American tourists anywhere. They're like, oh no, here comes this snobby, self-centered bitch over here. But if I just like say A at the end of every sentence, I might get away with it. Exactly. They won't know. They have no fucking clue. I'll just get away with saying that I'm Canadian.
NATO destroyed Libya. The Libyan state was destroyed by Libya in 2011. This is not ancient history. The US and Europe waged a brutal proxy war on Syria for a decade. It's still going on today. A third of Syrian territory, where the majority of the oil and wheat is located, is still illegally being militarily occupied by the US right now. The US and Europe devastated Syria, unleashing Salafi jihadist fanatics like ISIS and Al-Qaeda to try to destroy the country. After, of course, they did the same in Iraq before that and Afghanistan. This continues to happen today. These countries are destabilized by Europe and US imperialism. And the countries that are not, they don't have open active wars, have sanctions like on Iran and so many countries in the global south. So why do migrants and refugees go to Europe? Because they're fleeing violence and instability caused by US and European imperialism and war. And they're also going to the rich imperialist countries in the core of the capitalist world system because there are more jobs and there's more money, because that wealth came from imperial colonial plunder of the global South. That's what capitalism was founded on, was stealing the wealth of the global South. You can't separate capitalism from imperialism and colonialism. European colonialists created capitalism as a world system. So yeah, people from poor areas of the world sometimes migrate to the rich areas to try to make money because their parts of the world have been colonized and they're poor because of colonialism and imperialism.
And see, that's that push-pull factor that I was telling you. So obviously it's both, push because their colonialism has made them poor and their economy unstable. And the pull factor is that they were told that they could make money in their own country and be able to send it back to their own people. So there's your push-pull factor for migration. Straight from the horse's mouth right there. So good morning, John. Good to see you. Thank you for hanging out over here in the YouTube today. We're talking about neocolonialism and a rant from Ben Norton. This was given to me by Holly this morning. So we're deciding that we're going to talk about this. I feel for any Latin American having to go live in Spain. Yeah. Why? Geez. I wonder.
Because the wealth was stolen from them and used to develop the rich imperialist countries. So once again, this shows the incredible racist condescension of these European ruling class leaders. And of course, this is not just because of racism. This is the racist ideology used to justify their imperialist plunder of the planet. So they can continue to steal resources and super exploit wealth in the global South. So here he continues, Josep Borrell, again, this is the foreign policy chief of the European Union, the top foreign policy official. Here, he continues and explains why he thinks that Europe is supposedly superior. And he says, it's because we have institutions. Here's this clip.
And if there is a big difference between Europe and the rest of the world, well, the rest of the world, understand me what I mean, no? It's that we have strong institutions. The most important thing for the quality of life of the people is institutions. The big difference between developed and not developed is not economy, it's institutions. If we have a judiciary, a neutral, independent judiciary, most efficiently, if we have systems of distributing the revenue, if we have...
if you're basing countries' success off of their institutions, then we're fucking failing, bro. I'm sorry, but our education system sucks. Our judicial system sucks. There's no justice in the judicial system, and there's no real education except for the whitewashing education that you're getting in our classes, especially when it comes to like history. It's super whitewashed. So I don't understand how you're basing our successes off of the institutions, because our institutions are shit.
Provide a free choice to the citizens. If we have the red lights controlling the traffic and people taking the garbage.
Now, when I heard this, I just couldn't help but laugh. I mean,
helping taking yeah, because that's what makes us, a first world country, is the fact that we take our garbage out to the front every day. How stupid is that? Okay, we take our garbage out to the front, but what does the company or what does our economy do to the garbage? Because I'm pretty sure there's an entire garbage island off of the coast of California somewhere out there in the ocean. So, fail.
Well, it shows how deeply racist and condescending these EU political leaders are. He claims that in the global South, people don't have traffic lights or garbage collectors. What the hell are you talking about? I have traveled extensively across Latin America, in most countries in Latin America. They all have traffic lights. They all have garbage collectors. This is just completely ridiculous propaganda. And then he says, in Europe, we have a neutral, independent judiciary, which apparently other countries don't have. That would be news to Julian Assange, a political prisoner who's being tortured in Britain's high security prison for so-called terrorists, in scare quotes, because he committed the so-called crime of doing journalism, of exposing the crimes of US and European imperialism around the world. Julian Assange would be surprised to hear of the so-called neutral, independent judiciary. So would the many political prisoners in the United States, including Mumia Abu-Jamal, the Black revolutionary and journalist who is a political prisoner, including Leonard Peltier, the indigenous political prisoner. There's so many in the United States. And then even in Europe, by the way, let's keep in mind that Josep Borrell, the current EU foreign policy chief, he was previously foreign minister of Spain. He's from Spain, and specifically he's from Catalonia. And in Spain right now, there is a famous Catalan political prisoner, Pablo Hasél, who is a communist rapper, a leftist musician who did raps condemning the Spanish monarchy and Spanish imperialism and capitalism. And he was imprisoned for his music, for his raps. That's the great independent, neutral judiciary in the so-called democracy of Spain, which, by the way, is still a constitutional monarchy. So, well, the barbaric imperialists in Spain and Europe are imprisoning musicians for criticizing their monarchy. The top EU foreign policy official says that Europe is superior to the supposedly barbaric global south because they have an independent, free judiciary. And then he says we have systems of distributing the revenue. That means taxation. Every country on earth has taxation. And by the way, a lot of countries in the global south have less inequality than Europe, and certainly than the United States, which is extremely unequal, an extremely unequal society with tons of inequality and homelessness. So, I mean, this shows this deep neo-colonial mentality in these European imperialist politicians. Now, of course, I think he recognized when he was giving this speech that, oh, well, maybe people are going to interpret these comments as racist because they blatantly are racist. So he tried to save face. And he threw away, in one line here, he threw away this. He said, oh, well, we shouldn't impose on the global south by force because that would be neo-colonialism. Here's that quote.
I cannot go to emerging countries and build institutions for them. They have to be built by them. Otherwise, it would be a kind of neo-colonialism. And the big difference between us and the important part of the rest of the world is we have institutions.
So there, after spending, half an hour talking about how Europe is superior in a garden and beautiful and the global south are barbaric, jungle dwellers and apes is basically what he's saying. He says, oh, well, we don't want neo-colonialism, but that's exactly what the European Union is. It's an instrument of European neo-colonialism to extract the wealth and resources of the global south and exploit their labor to enrich European capitalists at the expense of workers in Europe right now, whose lives continue to get worse and worse. Now, by the way, speaking of Europeans' lives getting worse and worse, of course, in the speech on October 13th, Josep Borrell mentioned the proxy war in Ukraine because he can't go 30 seconds without mentioning Ukraine and how evil Russia supposedly is. And he made it clear that Russia is part of the so-called jungle when he was talking about Europe being the enlightened garden. And what was interesting about this speech, aside from all the insanely racist neocolonial rhetoric, is that the EU foreign policy chief acknowledged that Europe is waging a new Cold War on both Russia and China. And the way he said it is he said, the post-Cold War era has ended. The post-Cold War era has ended. So that what he's saying is that we're now in a new Cold War. Listen to this very interesting comment here.
Now we are definitely out of the Cold War and the post-Cold War. The post-Cold War has finished with the Ukrainian war, with the Russian aggression to Ukraine.
At the same time, in this speech, we also saw that Borrell, he praised the U.S. diplomat George Kennan, who was himself one of the architects of the Cold War, the first Cold War in the U.S. State Department. He was a hardline Cold Warrior. He was also specifically the architect of the containment policy toward the Soviet Union. And Borrell, he praised George Kennan. So that shows that, once again, these European neocolonialist politicians are themselves new Cold Warriors. They want a new Cold War. And what is the goal of this new?
Wow. Yeah, exactly. A new fucking Cold War. Holy shit. Here we fucking go again. Back to the 80s, baby.
Cold War. Well, the top EU foreign policy official, Borrell, he made it clear that Europe's goal is regime change in Russia. It is to overthrow Putin's government in Moscow and install a compliant Western puppet regime that can be integrated into the Western-led so-called rules-based order, in which, of course, the US and European imperialists make the rules and order everyone around on behalf of Wall Street and on behalf of the City of London and the big corporations and financial institutions and banks. So here, Borrell, he says very clearly, the goal is post-Putin Russia after the war in Ukraine is over. And of course, he opposes any peace talks to end the war in Ukraine. He has said very clearly again and again that the only way of ending the war is on the battlefield. Here's a tweet that I included in my article, which I will link to in the description below. Here's a tweet in which Borrell said that this war will be won on the battlefield. So he's opposed all attempts at peace talks over the proxy war in Ukraine. And then he said in the speech, the goal is forcibly subordinating post-Putin Russia and integrating it into the West.
This guy is like practically asking for a nuclear fallout for the entire world. This is not going to end well for any of us.
This war will become a period of instability, and we will have to build a new security order. And how do we integrate Russia? the post-Putin Russia.
Okay, tell me, does this guy sound like the New World Order guys from like the 80s and now like the whole new like the Great Reset kind of people? Oh wow, look at this. It even says it right fucking there on this world order. Okay, so I'm not tripping. He's like 2022's version of the New World Order. So that's exactly what this feels like. I cannot believe he's even saying stuff like this and people are listening to him. I hope this doesn't go very far and nobody actually listens to this guy. Who the fuck is he? Who is this man? Why is he even offered to say this kind of stuff?
Something that will put a lot of work to the people thinking on the diplomacy and how to practice and to implement it.
Now, there was one thing that the EU foreign policy chief Borrell said in a speech that I do agree with. He said, we are living in a time of exceptional change. He said the so-called rules-based system, again, Western imperialists love this term. Of course, the Western imperialists make those rules. But he said that the system is challenged like never before. He said, we are living in the moment of creation of a new world. Here's that clip.
And we are certainly living also a moment of creation of a new world, because this war is changing a lot of things, and certainly it's changing the European Union. And this war will create a different European Union.
So I actually do agree with that. But of course, the reason that the U.S.
Damn
and
it,
Europe
Amber! That's not good. That's not good at all. He's a neoliberal economic architect. Damn it. And that's probably why Ben Norton is talking about him, is because people are going to be listening to him. Man, I'm so tired of us trying to listen to these old ass people, because a lot of these dinosaurs are still stuck in their old mentality. You know, a lot of people are still stuck in that Cold War mentality. So it's disgusting that we're still seeing this happen. I just can't. Yeah, see, there you go. I'm tired of these old men coming out of nowhere and seeing them determine our futures. Exactly. We are the fucking ones that have to live with this. Like, that old man's gonna die in the next 10 years, and we have to live with that shit forever, like the rest of our lives. It's disgusting. Yeah, exactly. Why are they all white and old? Thank you. That's because that's what we listen to. So my damn grandparents. I mean, but that's all we listen to is old white men, because we're very colonized. So we think that, you know, they've got everything. So yeah, they'll be telling us on Facebook to work harder. Exactly. Yeah, stop eating that avocado toast and go get a real job. Not McDonald's job, though. You know, one where you need a master's degree, even though you're just out of high school. Go get a real job, bro. Stop being lazy.
This new Cold War is to try to prevent the end of the unipolar imperialist world system that they created after the overthrow of the Soviet Union and the counter-revolutions in the socialist bloc in the 1990s. They want to recolonize the entire planet. They want to prevent the rise of the global south, which is trying to build a multipolar world. And they want to resubordinate the global south in order to continue to have this capitalist free lunch built on the imperialist exploitation of natural resources and labor in the global south. So that's why they're so concerned about this new world that is being born. And by the way, in another funny comment in his speech, the only time that Borrell ever acknowledged one criticism, the only criticism he acknowledged, is he said that there are people who say that the European Union is simply following the United States.
You know, if we actually did that, though, on our currency, it would be more believable than God. So, you know, it's like a lot of us are using this dollars and these money that has in God we trust, and we don't believe it. At least if it said in old white men we trust, it would be more believable. We could definitely see that happening for sure.
To U.S. imperialism, which it objectively is, and more so, especially now, because Europe is refusing to import Russian energy, which means it's more and more heavily dependent on U.S. energy, specifically U.S. liquefied natural gas, LNG exports. So in his speech, Borrell said, okay, well, people say that we're dependent on the U.S., but no, we're not dependent. We have an independent foreign policy. Of course, he didn't prove any examples of that, but here's that clip.
There are people who says that this war means the end for the European Union to have a foreign policy because we are following the US. This narrative exists. Yesterday in the plane, I was reading nice articles explaining this approach. And from my side, it's just the contrary. This war has been an occasion for the European Union to be more assertive and to push for the creation of a European stand from the foreign policy.
There you go. See,
also,
it's the creation of our European stand. So he's wanting to whitewash even more and colonialize even more countries to make them more white-like. It's disgusting. I love the beauty of all different cultures, like going to India and seeing the cultures there, China, their own culture. Every country has their own culture. And it's like we're just trying to impose this like white man, wear a tie, go to work, have a family, retire, and fucking die kind of mentality culture. And that's just such bullshit. It's so gross. And I don't understand how people can think that that's the best culture out there, because it's not. It's disgusting. It's gross. It's ugly. I just couldn't. Yeah, we need to put a don't in there. Yeah, exactly. And white men we don't trust.
From the military and defense perspective.
So that was a pretty funny, kind of revealing comment. As I guess millennials say, don't tell on yourself, man. Well, also in the speech, in the same vein of this very condescending rhetoric that he had toward the global south, the top EU foreign policy official, Josep Borrell, he boasted that the European Union had spent a lot of time, energy, and resources in trying to convince countries at the United Nations to vote on October 12th to condemn the incorporation of the former Ukrainian territories of Lugansk, Donetsk, Kherson, and Zaporizhia into Russia, and what they call this evil annexation. Of course, they ignore and they dispute that there were any people in former Eastern Ukraine who were Russian speakers, by the way, and ethnically Russian. They deny that it meant that they wanted to join Russia in any way, and that these were all forced referenda. Obviously, there is a war going on, and these were areas militarily controlled by Russia. But that doesn't mean that everyone living in those territories, who again speak Russian and are ethnic Russians, were forced at gunpoint to vote. It's absurd. Anyway, the point is that in this speech, he boasted that at the United Nations, the EU was pressuring countries around the world to vote to condemn Russia, and he complained that too many countries in the global south abstained and refused to condemn Russia. Here's that clip.
And thanks God, the system reacted very well yesterday with the vote on the United Nations, with more than 140 people rejecting the illegal annexation, the forced annexation of a part of Ukraine into the Russia Federation. And we are happy, and I am very happy of this result. It was a lot of work behind it, a lot of reaching out with many people in order to be sure that we were above the 140 line, which was the result of the first vote.
He is really wanting a fucking war over there, like the Donbass area, the right by the river. He is just these people are just fucking begging for a war. That's crazy. No wonder, Putin put martial law on those places is because of this. If the entire United Nations is voting against his annexation of those areas, which I thought they were his in the first place, and it's just NATO trying to expand and take that from him. So yeah, this is crazy to me. No wonder Putin does this shit. It's like 140 fucking countries that are against him. I'm sorry, but if I've got like 10 people that hate on me, that's enough to make me go cry myself to bed. This motherfucker's strong.
Can I say, and even if there is an streaming, I have also to say that I am worried because there were too many abstentions. When 20% of the, more or less 20% of the world community decided not to support or not to reject the Russia annexation, for me it's too many. It's too many.
And it is very
nobody cares about his one opinion. That's your opinion, dude. That's your opinion. Nobody cares. I can't believe that this guy's one opinion is going to be the thought process of everybody, the accepted mentality of everyone. So
the global south's participation in this UN vote that was held on October 12th in terms of the incorporation of these former Ukrainian territories into the Russian Federation. Here are countries in the global south that voted against the resolution, including Syria, Nicaragua, the DPRK, Belarus. Here are countries that abstained: Algeria, Armenia, Bolivia, Burundi, Central African Republic, China, Congo, Cuba, Eritrea, Ethiopia, Guinea, Honduras, India, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Laos, Mali, Mongolia, Mozambique, Namibia, Pakistan, South Africa, South Sudan, Sri Lanka, Sudan, Tajikistan, Tanzania, Thailand, Togo, Uganda, Uzbekistan, Vietnam, and Zimbabwe. So note, there's a trend here. The Western imperialist powers overwhelmingly have united against Russia, and countries in the global South either opposed this proxy war explicitly or are neutral. And all those countries I just named that abstained in this vote or voted against it on October 12th in the United Nations are in the global South, including the most populous countries on earth, China and India and Pakistan, and also a significant number of countries that have leftist, revolutionary, anti-imperialist governments, including Cuba, Nicaragua, Venezuela, Bolivia, the new left-wing government in Honduras. So a very interesting vote. And of course, that explains why the European Union is frustrated, as Borrell said clearly, that a lot of countries in the global South refuse to join the West in its imperialist proxy war to try to overthrow the Russian government and install a new post-Putin regime, as Borrell said. And speaking of that, finally, I'm going to conclude this analysis here today talking about other comments that Borrell made about the proxy war in Ukraine, which are very concerning. For anyone who's concerned about trying to preserve human life on this planet, which hopefully is everyone on Earth, we should be very preoccupied by the comments made by the top EU foreign policy official, Josep Borrell, in the speech he made on October 13th. He talked about the possibility of nuclear war over Ukraine. And of course, he said that Russia is the one threatening nuclear war, ignoring the Western nuclear threats. And of course, ignoring, of course, that the United States, which Borrell and the EU worships as their colonial protector, the US is the only country on earth that has actually used nuclear weapons on a civilian population, and not once, but twice. But anyway, in these remarks, he was extremely cavalier, which is very concerning. And Josep Borrell said that if there is a nuclear war, the Russian army will be annihilated. So this is very concerning. Listen to this clip here.
And then there is the nuclear threat. And Putin is saying that he's not bluffing. Well, he cannot afford bluffing. And it has to be clear that the people who support Ukraine and the European Union and the member states and the US and NATO are not bluffing either. And any nuclear attack against Ukraine will create an answer. Not a nuclear answer, but such a powerful answer from the military side that the Russian army will be annihilated, and Putin should not be bluffing. This is a serious moment in the history, and we have to show our unity and our strength and our determination, complete determination.
Those are scary comments to hear from the top foreign policy official in the European Union.
Complete determination? Jesus fuck.
We should not, and no one on earth should be talking about nuclear war. Again, this could destroy all of life on the planet with nuclear winter. It could bring about literally an apocalypse. It is extremely troubling to hear Western politicians talk about this, especially as nonchalantly as they're addressing this, and especially considering, as I said earlier, Josep Borrell has repeatedly stressed that Europe refuses to have peace talks to end the proxy war in Ukraine with a peaceful settlement. He claims to be a diplomat. In this speech, he talked about how important diplomacy is, but he opposes diplomacy with Russia. He's continued to say the only way the war in Ukraine will end is on the battlefield. And when they're talking about nuclear war, that is an extremely troubling implication. So I needed to mention that. Of course, the most important thrust of this video is to keep in mind that the so-called enlightened European powers that supposedly ended colonialism are still deeply neocolonialist, not only in the economic architecture of capitalism, which is based on imperialism and neocolonialism. So many of the countries in the global South that in the 50s, 60s, and 70s got formal independence from European colonialism politically, they still were suffering from economic neocolonialism. And that was famously articulated by Nkrumah, who was the
definitely. I agree with that. The whole capitalist system has built neo-colonialism into it. So you have to think, like, when it comes to Western countries and capitalism, if there is a country that has resources that is going to make them a profit, they're going to go colonialize it. So colonialization has kind of like gone hand in hand with capitalism, because everything that you can think of under the sun, even land itself, has a profit motive. And so, you've got to, people that live in an area that you don't have control over, but you want the land so that way you can take all the resources from it. You've got to break down the people and break down the economy so that way you can come in and pretend like to be the superhero, so that way you can start taking in the resources and stealing the resources from these people, and make them think that they're, doing better and making themselves a capitalist first world country with this fake clown facade that we put on. So yeah, if you think about it, capitalism and colonialism have gone hand in hand for hundreds of years. So it definitely coincides with each other big time. I think this guy is pretty much done with that situation. So that's wild. Thank you, Holly, for that. That is just absolutely insane to watch. I can't believe it. Okay. So Lana sent me a website. I guess there's a guy that's running for president as an independent for 2024 named John Stasevic. So look up John Stasevic 2024.com. Okay, I will definitely look that up. I want to check that out first before I, get all up in that. Want to read through it and stuff. Maybe we can read through it tomorrow. That'd be fun. Yes. Thank you, Holly. Okay. So since we're already talking about what's happening in Russia and stuff, I might as well just keep on going with it, and then we'll get to some other cool ones. So this is a website. Somebody was saying that this is probably like the best thing about Putin declaring martial law in Russia in his occupied areas. So we're going to read this. Am I not? See, I had to hold on, let me take this off really quick. I had to sign in yesterday or create an account just to be able to read this motherfucker. And it sucks. I hate it. All right. Let me read this. No. I don't care about topics. Copy. And see, and then when I sign in, it takes me to the main page again. Okay. So let's read this. October 20th. So Russian President Putin on Wednesday declared martial law in 4 partially occupied regions. Although Russia has unilaterally annexed and does not fully control any of the 4 regions, it's imposing martial law there. The law that Putin invoked, dating from 2002, has never been used and can be implemented only if Russia faces aggression or immediate threat of aggression, which they do. So below are some of the possible consequences. So mobilization, people can't move, can't go anywhere. Let's see, compelling civilians to serve in the armed forces. That's fine. Curbs on movement. Allow the authorities to curb movement and set curfews. Relocation may also allow the forcible relocation of people to other regions, probably evacuations. Russian law allows for the temporary resettlement of residents to safe areas, and the evacuation of objects of economic, social, and cultural significance. The head of Russia's Security Council said that 5 million residents of the Donbas region and other parts of southeast Ukraine had found refuge in Russia in recent years from persecution by Kiev. Ukraine has accused Russia of deporting people. Well, that was a shitty ass article about that. Why you gotta be so shitty, Reuters? Jeez. You can't just be cool? Where's all the rest of the martial law? There was more. Let's see. Putin shown rifle firing. Putin demands all war efforts. I think this was another one that I was reading. Russian President Putin said that he was introducing martial law in televised remarks to members of his Security Council. He boosted security powers of all Russia's regional governors and ordered the creation of a special coordinating council. He said the entire system of state administration, not only the specialized security agencies, must be geared to supporting what Russia calls its special military operation. The package of moves nearly 8 months into the war marked the latest escalation by Putin to counter a series of major defeats at the hands of Ukraine forces since the start of September. The U.S. State Department said Russia was resorting to desperate tactics. The published Kremlin decree ordered an economic mobilization in 8 regions. It placed them in a special regime, one step below martial law, and allowed the restrictions of people's movements. Putin conferred additional powers on the leaders of all Russia's 80-plus regions to protect critical facilities, maintain public order, and increase production in support of the war effort, but it was far from clear how fast or how effectively the new measures might bolster Russia's military position on the ground. They came as Russia installed officials on Ukraine's occupied Kherson regions, told civilians to leave some areas. Russia's experts said on Twitter the moves amounted to a declaration of variegated martial law across the whole of Russia with some levels of emergency regulation. He said it was unclear whether regional officials would use the extra powers as Moscow wanted, ignore them or exploit them as opportunities to embezzle state resources. The Russia installed acting governor of occupied Kherson, Vladimir Saldo, confirmed that he would hand power to the military, according to Russian news agencies. But many regional chiefs said that they did not plan to make any immediate changes. There's some urgent measures. The Ukrainian gains have forced Putin into a series of escalatory steps within the past month. An unpopular call-up of hundreds of extra troops, unilateral annexation of the 4 regions, condemning as illegal, right? But that's just by the UN. After months of assurance from the Kremlin that the campaign was according to plan, the increasingly urgent measures have brought the reality of the war much closer. Good Lord, man. He's just fucking word salad with all of this stuff. If and when you clip out the EU crap portion of today's live stream, please tag me on Facebook and Twitter. That was fantastic. You got it. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Putin had a vision 7 months ago. It's gone horribly wrong and still hasn't quite figured out how to fix that vision of how to run a war. Man, I guess Reuters was a really bad idea because they're just picking on Putin. It's so hard to find like an unbiased opinion article about this kind of stuff. That's what sucks. So, and I'm losing watchers over this. It's like nobody gives a fuck. All right, we'll go on to the next one because this one was kind of funny. Yeah, I thought this one was pretty funny. So there's a guy who's running as an independent in New York City as a congressional candidate. And he ended up releasing a porn video for his campaign ad, which is absolutely nuts. It's a 13-minute video up on Pornhub, and you can go check it out if you want to. Your lunch break is over. All right, Les Bones. Thank you for coming by. Don't forget to hit the like button for us. Everybody else too. Like shamelessly plugging in that like button today. So get that like button. Takes 5 seconds. Okay, but you're still listening? Okay, cool. So New York City congressional candidate releases and stars in a porn video. And this person says, for some reason. Okay, you've heard of this? All right, cool. This is absolutely great and definitely down my my wheelhouse of interesting things that I definitely like to talk about. Anytime politics gets mixed up into the porn industry, I get excited. So it's fun for me. So here's a picture of how it started. This thumb-looking motherfucker right here. I swear to God, doesn't he look like a thumb? Anyway, a third-party candidate. Yeah, exactly, Miguel. He looks like a thumb. A third-party candidate running for Manhattan's 12th congressional district fucks and wants everybody to know it. To the point that he's uploaded a 13-minute video of him having sex with an adult performer to Pornhub in what he claims is part of his campaign strategy. Which, dude, it's not going to work. Do you know how many bondage and porn people have tried to run for office and has absolutely failed because of stuff like this? I mean, even just for regular, like, not even conservatives, like Democrats that are running for office, the women that are, and they find like any kind of past porn stuff, they're automatically gone. Like you're getting dropped, you're getting left behind, you're getting put out to the dust. And this guy's like, I'm doubling down. I'm going for it. So Mike Itkis, a 53-year-old Army cyber operations officer who is running on a sex-positive platform, can be seen in several positions and 2 different locations with performer Nicole Sage. Neither Itkis or Sage immediately respond to requests or comments. The video is titled Bucket List Bonanza. It was uploaded to Pornhub under Itkis's name 3 months before the New York news outlet got a hold of the stunt. In the video, he doesn't mention anything about his run for office or his politics. It's been viewed on Pornhub more than 4,000 times and has been uploaded to other free porn sites. That's what happens. Exactly. Telling his voters what they're going to get. Fucked in the ass. If I could just talk about it, it wouldn't demonstrate my commitment to the issue. And the fact that I actually did it was a huge learning experience. I'm pretty sure, yeah, because she probably showed him some stuff that he's never even heard of before, because he's just a regular nobody and she's a porn star. So it actually influenced items on my platform. I'm very much an introvert. I'm kind of a nerd who doesn't like to be the center of attention. If I can avoid it, then why are you running for office? But I thought the issue I'm trying to address are so important. I wanted to have my issues talked about in some way. So here's his policy. He wants to decriminalize and legalize sex work in the industry, overwhelming one, and are already working towards decriminalization, which I completely agree. It should be legalized, but it should be legalized to a certain extent. I do not want capitalism to take over on it to a point, because then it turns into a type of still the same kind of thing where you have your pimps and the hoes. You've got some dude at the top of a CEO of a corporation running some kind of sex work industry, and all the women are working underneath you and being paid. It literally feels the same, kind of like the Bunny Ranch, kind of like a lot of the porn industries right now. If you even think about it, like Hustler has Larry Flint. Playboy has what's his name? So the legalization of it already so far is kind of already feels like that. I wish that there was a way to fully legalize it so that these women can become independent contractors. That way they are their own bosses. That way they can make their own money, go and get the agents that they need to be the talent for these things. So definitely a type of decriminalization and legalization. I agree with him. There is something in here further on, something about what did he say? I think he's going to say something about the fact that that men should not have to pay child support unless they agreed to having the baby as well, which I thought was really fucking weird. So anyway, let's continue reading and he'll probably bring it up. So end up repeating myself, I swear. Let's see. Define consent and make sexual rights explicit. Do not rely on privacy or free speech rights. He also believes, here it is, men should not be required to support biological children without prior agreement, a fairly clear-cut and regressive attack on child support, along relatively progressive stance on abortion. We're in an era where politicians will and have already had videos released and scrutinized of them from their past that might not have been for public eyes. We've also seen more politicians, especially in New York, take up the cause of supporting sex worker rights. It's unclear whether Itkis's attention grab falls into either of these categories and is anything more than a political stunt. It's fucking crazy. Yeah. There you go. Hustler has Larry Flint, and Flint, Michigan still has no clean water. Amen, Jesus. Thank you for that. That was a good one. It's a really, really good one. Good call. I liked that. Good segue, but I don't have anything water related to segue to, but that was really good. I think, let's see if there's finally some sort of video on it, because I want I want to go make myself some more coffee really quick. Releases his own sex tape. Oh, we'll watch Fox. We can watch Fox, right? That's not, I mean, it's still mainstream media. It's just so hard to find one that's like, see, 1 minute and 44, 2 minutes and 50 seconds. So, let's see here. Let's do this one, maybe.
You're watching the Isaiah Factor.
Gross.
Mike Itkes, who has made a sex tape that you can find right now on Pornhub. He's running against Representative Jerry Nadler. Itkes released a video of himself having real sex with a real porn star. I asked him why he's willing to bear it all.
Tell me, when you decided to make this sex tape or this video, what went through your mind? You said you're not a attention-seeking type person. In fact, you're kind of shy. So what gave you, for the lack of a better term, the balls to do a sex video when you're running for Congress?
I'm actually, thank you for bringing that up, because it does take a lot of courage for folks to do that. And in fact, I've recently gotten some information from people who are in the military who are saying that, yeah, I wish I had the courage to do that. So,
did you get any pushback from those who said that this wasn't appropriate for someone who is running for Congress? I'm sure you did.
Not in person yet, but yeah, once you get on social media, people are free to express themselves. Sometimes not very politely, and I'm okay with that. And because I'm so much for freedom of speech, I absolutely don't want to restrict any kind of criticism of me. Yeah, I mean,
So when you made this tape, Mike, what kind of precautions did you take? Did you use the rubber and all of that? And did both of you test for STDs to make sure you're okay and you didn't harm one another?
We did not use condoms. That was planned. We did go through the full STI panel that the adult industry requires.
Ooh, he did not use a condom. Technically, in the porn world and the porn industry, that is not allowed. It is frowned upon. And in certain places, you can actually get in trouble for not wearing a condom. There was a time about a year or two ago where they completely shut down all of the porn making industry, in at least here in the Southern California area, for like a whole month, because there was like this whole thing about wearing condoms and shit. There was even propositions out here a couple of years ago where this one politician wrote legislation as a proposition in California to where he was going to force everyone, all the porn people, to wear condoms. But it seemed like it was just a job that he wanted, to where he was going to get paid to watch porn all day long, to make sure that the guys were wearing condoms in all the porn stuff. So yeah, it's definitely a frowned upon thing to not wear a condom in the porn industry. It's definitely, I mean, of course, the porn people hate it. They don't really care for it, but they've got to wear it. It's the rules. So he just admitted that he broke the rules. Idiot. Dumb. Yeah, exactly. He did it for attention and free publicity. No glove, no love. He was vaccinated. Jesus Christ, John. I don't even know where to go with that. I'll be like, well, he's super safe. And then we're like, well, he's a super spreader then. Oh, God, that's so good.
We both confirmed it, and it's not just a piece of paper. There are systems in place to verify people's identity. So
do you think you achieved what you wanted to with this video? Obviously, I'm talking to you from Houston, Texas. You're in New York City. I'm sure you've done a lot of these interviews, but have you achieved what you wanted to as a congressional candidate by making this adult video or adult tape?
Not quite yet, but I think we're getting there, because the attention it has brought
I fucking called it.
Now allowing me to talk about other issues on my agenda and wider issues besides the video itself.
Do you see that? Did you see that? They got like a pixelated of it. Look at that. Look at that. He's a topper. She's a bottom. I can totally tell. There's her legs right there. Oh, wait, no. He might be going down on her right there. Interesting. It's such a horrible location too. Like it totally looks like an apartment bedroom with like, you know, the apartment shutters, the slide up shutter things, and then the like the off-white wall with the crappy white bed. It just totally looks like an apartment room, like a bedroom in an apartment. You should have done, you know, should have gotten somebody to help you look for a location or something, because yeah, your place sucks for your porn. Definitely low end production.
Wider issues besides the video itself. So,
but you know, once you made the video, you knew that would be a big part of the conversation, because that's why you made it, right?
We anticipated that. You know, that kind of went into the analysis to understand how our society works, where, you know, what kinds of buttons you can push to have.
My question is how much did he pay the girl? Because you know that she wouldn't. I know for a fact that she would not do this for free unless she was attracted to this guy. But he looks like a fucking thumb with caterpillars growing on his eyes. So I know she didn't do this for free. I want to know how much she got paid. It better be at least a G to do this. That's probably why the location sucked so bad, is because he paid her so much.
Things and clearly anything like this was going to be a conversation piece once it got out. The question was, how was it going to get out? And would I be able to stay on message and not simply talk about the tape, but all the political issues that the tape brings up?
Now, obviously, you put this out publicly. Was this the first tape or sex tape you ever made?
Correct, it is.
Will it be the last?
I'm not planning on making any other tapes, and I have to say it was a very stressful experience. It was a very valuable experience.
Welcome to the porn industry making, dude. Like, that's what happens. It's very stressful. I don't know how many times I have to tell people that when you watch porn, you're just watching the parts that got edited in and that makes it look good. You do not understand all the outtakes, all the cuts, the stressful part, the hurry up and wait. It's literally just like a movie set. You're just adding 15 to 30 minutes of porn at the end of it, you know, of sex at the end of it. And even like just yesterday, my husband was saying that like yesterday's sex scene had to usually they give about 15 to 30 minutes at the end of filming for the sex part, and they usually have about 3 cameras to get all the different angles so that way they don't miss anything. My husband was saying yesterday it took the guy an hour to pop. Like it took an hour just to get the pop scene. And usually when it comes to like the porn industry, the men are really good at popping whenever they need to. They can also do like a fake pop with the Cetaphil if they need to as well, which is like that lotion. But the guy was wanting to pop yesterday. It just took a fucking hour. So they have like an hour video of this guy trying to just pop when it should have only been like a minute. It's a very, very, very stressful situation. I mean, a lot of the sex isn't even real. A lot of the moaning isn't real. It's just, it's very bumped up to the next level for the performance. It's very stressful on the man because obviously he has to pop at a certain time. You can't, you know, like you've got this much time to do all of these like different positions, and then you've got to pop. And we need that pop shot. If we don't get the pop shot, you might have to do it again, or we have to do it with Cetaphil. Man, being a porn star is not easy, and it's not fun, and it's just like a typical day in a movie set, and it's super stressful. So I'm glad he's learning the fact that it's a stressful thing and that he probably won't do it again, because it's work. It absolutely is work.
And a learning experience. So I'm glad I did it, but at the same time, I don't think I would choose this as a career, and I wasn't planning on making any money off of this. This was the idea really was to support the campaign and to allow me to talk about other issues.
And have you received any donations as a result of this video being out there? Are there any people out there who said, well, I like the way this guy thinks, let me send him a $10 donation, a $20 donation?
Absolutely, and I've gotten no donations prior to that, so so it's been very.
How much have you raised since you put out the video?
A couple $100, but you know, some people reached out that I haven't heard from a long time, and someone from the industry reached out.
They keep coming up with the glitchy videos. Like, look at her fucking feet are in the air, bro. You think we don't understand what the hell is going on right now? He is obviously topping her and got her ass up in the air with her legs fucking stretched out. Holy shit, I can't believe they're sitting here showing us this stuff, thinking that we don't know what the hell is going on right there. Come on. You're pushing it, Fox. I give you credit. You're pushing it.
With the donation, so that was great to have a contact who understands the industry maybe better than I do. So, so that worked out very well. And I've also gotten support from the folks that I know.
And do you think they are treating you like a serious candidate, or did you harm yourself by putting this video out, this sex tape out?
So I certainly didn't harm myself because the campaign was getting no traction prior to the video. But I think part of the attention is that I'm not someone from inside the industry. So people look at my education, people look at my job, and they see that I'm risking something that, you know, no one knows if there's going to be consequences. No one understands this, right? Because the laws are so terrible and so unclear. But because also I'm in the military, and that's and also there was a story.
Do you think this will harm your military career at all? Are you hearing from your higher ups?
I haven't heard from my higher ups, just because there needs to be a lot of separation between the campaign and the military.
Do you think you will hear from them?
I did see a story came out yesterday or today. The Army Reserve started some kind of an investigation. I can assure you that this video did not harm our national security in any way, nor should it be seen as a national security problem. And I have to say, I'm very proud of.
Seeing this guy's hairy asshole is definitely going to be a national security problem. Are you kidding me? Any men's asshole is a national security problem, bro.
Having served in the military, I've met a lot of terrific folks. And
absolutely. Well, Mike, we want to thank you for joining us here on The Factor Uncensored, and we'll continue to monitor your congressional campaign.
Absolutely, John. I know. If only this guy was like running for office as an independent in 2016, he could have gotten all of it. Like, he could have gotten all the praise, everything. He would have probably ended up winning the thing. I feel like he's definitely doing it a little too late now. But I mean, good for him. I would hate for people to have to sit there and watch him. Like, his head is probably balder than his ass. Gross. But good for him. I swear to God, he better have paid that porn star some good ass money. I swear. And if he hasn't, some of that donations better go to her, because that shit is good for him, though. I mean, absolutely good on him. Great. I love it. Whatever you've got to do, bro, just fucking get it. Live your life, live your best life, do what you want. I dig it. I'm for it. I think it's great. I don't want to.
It is something we've got new.
Nah, I don't want to get in. All right, I got one upsetting thing to talk about, and I don't want to ruin the mood, but I'm like running low on things, and I got like an hour and a half left, and I don't want to put all the fun stuff first and then end on a tad sad part. But I do want to at least bring this up a little bit, because it did happen recently and it fucking sucks. So like, these people right here were I guess DeSantis decided that he wanted to bring in or produce or create a new law or something to where people are getting arrested over voter fraud, even though a lot of these people thought that they were legal to vote, which fucking sucks, that even they would do something like this. So here is local police are carrying out the arrests that that were patient, understanding, almost apologetic. So when police went to arrest this guy outside his Tampa home, he couldn't believe the reasons. What is wrong with this state? He said voter fraud. Y'all said anybody with a felony could vote, which they absolutely did. I believe this has to do with something about like poll tax, which is kind of like a racist thing that they've been doing for, since the beginning. And I guess the poll tax is that if you have any outstanding debt to the government, that you can't vote, which is crazy to me. And then they're also saying like just recently they passed where felons were able to vote as long as it was nonviolent crimes like that. But I guess these people had some violent crimes, but they were also told when it was brought out that even with like violent, I think they were like told that they were allowed to. It just has to do with also poll tax. Okay, anyway, I'm confusing myself. Let's read. All right, let me make this bigger. There we go. So body-worn camera footage recorded by local police captures the confusion and outrage of these residents who found themselves in handcuffs for casting a ballot following investigations by DeSantis' new Office of Election Crimes and Security. So this is his new thing that he's starting. So the August 18 arrest conducted hours before DeSantis called a news conference to tout his crackdown. So what he did is, he went and cracked down on these people and then did a news conference, kind of like what he did with the migrants and sending them up to the northern part of America. So just screwing regular people over. Were carried out by state police officers, accompanied by local law enforcement. The never-before-seen footage offers a personal glimpse of the effects of DeSantis' effort to root out perceived voter fraud. They're going to pay the price, he said during the news conference. Of the 19 people that were arrested, 12 are registered Democrats and 13 at least are Black. Ramona Oliver, 55, was about to leave for work when police walked up to her driveway at 6:52 a.m. and told her they had a warrant for arrest. She said, "Oh my God." Officer told her she was being arrested for fraud, a third-degree felony for voting illegally. She said, "Voter fraud. I voted, but I didn't commit any frauds." So here's her. Let's watch this.
Oliver, you just got married, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. So, ma'am, we have a warrant for your arrest. For what? For voter fraud. Good. How are you, sir? Right.
Boss, how's it going?
Oh my God! Hold on. Wait. Let me tell my husband.
We're telling him. He's right here.
Right here. So if you can put your hands on your back, please. Oh my God! Do not move.
Ultimately, ma'am, you have a warrant. Okay. The warrant. Listen, hold on. Listen. I know you caught off guard. I understand. Right. So you have a warrant. It's for voter fraud. Okay. Hear me out. It's an ROR. You know what an ROR is?
Oh my God!
You go in, you get booked, and then they're going to release you from booking.
You can go right out.
You're going to be right back out. Okay.
Right back
but you have a warrant. And it's from FPLE, okay?
Okay.
All right. So I know you're caught off guard, but unfortunately, that's how this stuff works, okay?
I'm like, what the hell?
So.
I know, man. Okay.
Yep.
I'm like, voter fraud. I voted, but I ain't commit no fraud.
Well, so that's the thing. I don't know exactly what happened with it, but you do have a warrant. That's what it's for. Okay?
Oh my God.
That's fucking crazy. I guess in the late 1990s, this lady murdered someone, but was released and told that she could fully vote. And so she voted, and now she's being put back in jail again. Same with this guy. I think this guy was a little bit.
I guess you have a warrant.
I guess this guy is a little bit worse, on the worst side. I think his thing at the time when he was first arrested and his felony thing was like child stuff. So gross.
Stuff when you weren't supposed to be voting, maybe.
I didn't.
So
what are they talking about?
That's what we're not the case agents, but what you got to do, they have reduced your bond quite a bit. It's 2 felony charges for voter fraud, but they've reduced it to $500 bonds. So it's $1,000 total.
Oh my God, man! What?
So, yes, sir. So unfortunately, right now we're gonna have to take you to jail.
Wow, man! Why are they doing this to me? That's what you're getting at. I didn't do nothing to nobody, man. Voter fraud. What is voter fraud?
Voting when you're not supposed to, sir. our understanding of it like that. Because of your sex offender status, you're not supposed to be voting.
I don't know this.
Voter
fraud.
Let's walk over to my car,
Why is
okay?
y'all doing this now and this happened years ago?
I don't know. I have no idea, man.
He absolutely makes a great fucking point. Like, definitely makes a good point. I mean, the cop did say he is a registered sex offender, which I'm kind of on the line with that. Like, but I think every person in the United States should be able to vote anyway, no matter what, because we're citizens. We have the right to vote. So yeah. Exactly. He'll get another BS fine if he can't afford. So it's just crazy. And you notice that the two like videos are of Black people. So it definitely feels like it's, the same as like the poll tax back in the day, or the poll taxes back in the day that were meant to keep the African community or the Black community from being able to vote when they got their civil rights brought in. So they were like, oh, well, if you owe money, you can't vote. So here's another one. Like, if you have any kind of history of any kind of crime, then you can't vote. Like, it's crazy to me. I've had, a felony on my record before. It's gone now, but when it was, I wasn't allowed to vote, and I still think that's ridiculous. Like, do I look like somebody that shouldn't be able to vote just because I had a felony? Come on. I wasn't even allowed to vote for like the first few years of my adulthood because of this kind of stuff. It's ridiculous. So they're accused of violating state law that doesn't allow people convicted of murder or felony sex offenses to automatically be able to vote after they complete their sentences. They did their time. They got, out of the prison system. They have been rehabilitated. Why can't they vote? That's all I have to say about that one. So a 2018 state constitutional amendment that restored the right to vote to many felons excluded this group, but as the videos further support, the amendment and subsequent actions by state lawmakers caused mass confusion about who was eligible, and the state's voter registration forms offered no clarity. Yeah, when they registered, they were allowed to register. They were told they could. They registered and everything. These people did exactly what they were supposed to do and what they were told they could do, and they did it, and now they're being arrested for it. They only require a potential voter to swear under penalty of perjury that they're not a felon, or if they are, that their rights have been restored. The forms do not clarify that those with murder convictions don't get automatic restorations of their rights. See, so it didn't even, when they filled out the forms to vote, to register to vote, that wasn't even on the form, so they had no fucking clue. So this DeSantis is just being a racist pervert and a jerk and an asshole, wanting to just arrest people so that way their people aren't voting, so that way he can win. When they stop people from voting, Republicans win more. So Oliver, who served 18 years in prison on a second-degree murder charge, registered to vote. That was the lady at the Department of Highway and Safety and Motor Vehicles on February 14, 2020. 6 months later, she updated her address and completed another registration form. After briefly eligibility checks by the Department of State, which reports to DeSantis and is responsible for cleaning the rolls of ineligible voters, she was given a voter ID card both times. Boom. That's crazy. They still have voter ID cards. That's wild. I just have to give them my ID, like my regular ID, to go vote. That's crazy. Oliver wasn't removed from the rolls until March 30th of this year, more than 2 years later. So she was allowed to vote for the 2 years from 2020 to 2022. And then a few months ago, they changed it to say that she wasn't allowed to, and now they're arresting her for it. Do you see the criminality of this, like the corruptness of what DeSantis is doing? He's like purposely getting people not to be able to vote and putting them back in jail after he allowed them to vote and then changed it just a few months ago. This is some janky ass bullshit right here that he's pulling. So the recordings by Tampa Bay revealed officers who were patient, understanding, and almost apologetic. Nathan Hart was found a sympathetic ear when he explained how he ended up registering and voting illegally. He stood handcuffed. He told officers he signed up to vote at the encouragement of somebody at the driver's license place. Records showing it was March 2020. I said, I'm a convicted felon. I'm pretty sure I can't. He said he's a registered sex offender. He goes, well, are you still on probation? Hart's probation had ended a month earlier, and the person told him to sign up anyway. He said, well, just fill out this form, and if they let you vote, then you can. If they don't, then you can't. then there's your defense, one of the officers replied. You know what I'm saying? That sounds like a loophole to me. That's his defense right there. Yeah, because that's what they were telling him. Let's see. Nathan Hart is detained for voter fraud.
Hey, Nathan. Hey, Nathan. How you doing? Can I come out and talk to me real quick? Sure. How are you?
Doing well.
Hey, unfortunately, you got a warrant out, okay?
Warrant?
Yes, sir. You want to put your hands behind your back for me? We'll go over it in just a second.
There's a worker here, candy glass, and the one was open.
230.
Counted false affirmed for voting or elections.
There we are.
Voting is.
The guy there asked me, he says, hey, can you vote? He says, hey, are you registered to vote? I said, no, I'm a convicted felon. I'm pretty sure I can. He goes, well, are you still on probation? I said, no. I got off probation like a month ago. He goes, well, then you can probably vote. Hey, just fill out the form, and if you can vote, then they'll let you give you a card. If you can't vote, then you won't. And I'm like, all right. He says, well, just fill out the form. If they let you vote, then you can. If they don't, then you can't.
And there's your defense. You know what I'm saying?
So it sounds like the officer was trying to help about. The officer was corrected one way. State law says that a voter has to willingly or willfully commit the crime, a hurdle that has forced some prosecutors not to charge ineligible voters, right? See, in Lake County this year, for example, prosecutors declined to bring charges against 6 convicted sex offenders who voted in 2020. In all of the instances where sex offenders voted, each appeared to have been encouraged to vote by various mailings and misinformation. Each were given voter registration cards, which would lead one to believe they could legally vote in the election. The evidence fails to show willful actions on a part of these individuals. DeSantis's voter fraud arrests are being carried out by the office's statewide prosecution, which is registered by law to prosecute crimes, including voting involving 2 or more judicial circuits. Those crimes are usually complex, often larger scale organized criminal activity, according to this website. The statewide prosecutor is Nicholas Cox, who was reappointed by Attorney General Ashley Moody in 2019. Let's see. Oliver's lawyer said he thinks DeSantis' election security force chose these 20 in particular because the public would not have sympathy for people who were convicted for murder or sexual offenses during a news conference. That's not an accident. This guy says it's a political strategy, which absolutely it is. Public defenders representing Hart declined to comment. Patterson, a registered sex offender, wondered why he was being singled out when officers showed up at his home. This happened years ago. Why now? Why me? I've never seen these charges before in my life, or my entire life, said the officer. I always listen to everybody else. Vote for this, vote for, come on, man, Patterson grumbled. I thought felons were able to vote. That's why I signed a petition form. That's what I remember. Why would you let me vote if I wasn't able to vote? Officer said, I'm not sure, buddy. I don't know. Which one's this? Is this another one?
And my brother told me to vote for these people. Vote. I didn't even want. That's what I'm talking about, man. I always listen to everybody else. Vote for this. Vote for. Man, come on, man. And then I thought my fucking felons were able to vote. That's why I signed a petition for. If I remember. Why would y'all let me vote if I wasn't able to vote?
I'm not sure, buddy. I don't know.
And then why now? This happened years ago. Why now? Why me?
Because DeSantis is a racist asshole and wants people to suffer so that he can win. Pretty much. That's it. That's it. What's this one? I don't know. I shouldn't have clicked it. I always click things I'm not supposed to click. See what else he says.
Dude, these I've never seen these charges before in my entire life.
Yeah, definitely a fucking scam for sure. Yeah, it's ridiculous that it even fucking happens like this. Like, they shouldn't have done anything like this. Here's a video about all of it on Fox again.
Camera video that shows convicted felons heading back to jail for voter fraud. They were arrested in August as part of the governor's statewide crackdown on election crimes. And Fox 13's Aaron Mesmer has it. He's live in our newsroom tonight. Hi there, Aaron. So how did these folks react to their arrests?
Mark, you could probably imagine here. They were stunned. They were surprised. In each case, they told police they didn't know they'd done anything wrong.
I guess you have a warrant?
For what?
I'm not sure.
For voter stuff, man.
Tony Patterson sounded shocked to see Tampa police at his house, even more so when they told him why they were there.
I think the agents with FDLE talked to you last week about some voter fraud, voter stuff, when you weren't supposed to be voting, maybe.
What did I do wrong?
We don't know. We're not the case agent.
Ramona Oliver had the same reaction when police arrested her that day.
I'm like, voter fraud? I voted, but I ain't commit no fraud.
Well, so that's the thing. I don't know exactly what happened with it, but you do have a warrant. That's what it's for. Okay.
Oh, my God.
TPD released 4 body camera videos Tuesday. Each one shows a convicted felon finding out they're being charged with illegally voting in the 2020 election.
What's this all about?
They just want to talk to you.
They're among the 20 people arrested August 18th for alleged voter fraud.
Man, it's like people of color and a poor person. It's wild to me. It's literally the epitome of what Republicans do to get people to not vote in history, and now it's still continuing.
By the state's new Office of Election Crimes and Security. Hours later, Governor DeSantis announced a statewide crackdown.
But before we proposed this, there were just examples of this stuff seeming to fall through the cracks. So this is the opening salvo.
In 2018, Florida voters approved a constitutional amendment restoring felons' voter rights. However, that law excluded people convicted of murder or felony sex offenses. Patterson served time in state prison for a sex offense in 2000. Oliver was convicted of second-degree murder in 1999. But she said she was told she could vote when she was released in 2019.
I got out. God told me that I was here to go vote for whatever comes out. I've done my time.
Most of those arrested made that same claim. And as he headed to jail, and with his future in limbo, Patterson had one last thing to say.
I'm done. I'm trying my best to get the hell out of this state.
Governor DeSantis touted his election police force as a way for
Good for
Florida
him.
to keep elections.
Good for him. Get the fuck out of that state. DeSantis is just a fucking racist asshole who wants to ruin people so that way he can keep getting his votes from his white constituents. He doesn't care about anybody else. Poor people, people of color. Like John said, it's a fucking scam. It's a goddamn scam. The whole thing is a scam. I can't believe these people are being treated this way. Oh, we literally voted. They voted to allow felons to vote. Man, there's just like no way. Like, what a way to make people not want to vote some more. You know, this is like one of the reasons why people just don't want to vote anymore. And it's crazy to me how they're able to just get away with this. I can't. Fucking America. Oh, gotta love it. Gotta love it. So then now we got another thing going. God, let's hope this goes really good. So who was it? Katie Halper has been really going off about Israel and the apartheid and with the Palestinians over there. And she had this guy on here, an Israeli activist. And so they were talking about Bill Maher had Netanyahu on his show, which is wild and disgusting to me. And let me tell you, I did not know Netanyahu had like that much of an American accent. Like that bro sounds like he's straight up from America. Like there's just no accent whatsoever of any kind. Like he just straight up sounds like he's an American dude. I mean, he's a puppet of America, so apparently he probably is American, but holy shit. All right, so let's watch this craziness. Let me put it a little bit on the speed side.
Them. They just regurgitated all this propaganda. So if it's okay with you, I thought we could watch some of that and respond to it. I know.
Let me get my sick bag. I'll be right
I know. I
back.
was going to say, yeah. I hope you haven't eaten too much today.
I just want to read a few quotes from American congressmen, just to Congress people, rather, just to show that Kanye West's comment is not really out of order with.
I'm right there with you, dude. He's like over here, like, oh, here we fucking go. I already got a headache. I'm right there with you, man. Right there with you.
Some things that are said by people in more official positions.
So he's not going to name them, but he's quoting Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar, and I believe the last one is AOC.
Here's one. Israel has hypnotized the world. May Allah awaken the people and help them see the evil doings of Israel. 10 years ago, if you read that to me, I thought that would be from Hezbollah. That's an American congressperson. Another American congressperson says the reality of Israel's apartheid government, goes on to say the occupation and ethnic cleansing Palestinians live with every day. Another one says Israel targets media sources so the world can't see Palestinians being massacred. I have 3 questions for you. Are you massacring Palestinians? Are you ethnic cleansing? And are you an apartheid state?
Like this guy's going to tell him the truth. Like he's going to say the truth. Of course, all that stuff is true. And he's going to say, no, it's not the truth. Of course, he's going to say that because he's never going to give up anything because he thinks he's better than the Palestinians. It's disgusting.
No, no, and no. I mean, these are all
told you. And then they fucking clap too.
The one democracy that upholds human rights, that defends freedom, and is America's best ally. So I think these people should wake up to reality. But I think that's a far too great a hope. It's not going to happen. We just have to defend ourselves against these people because they purvey lies. You ever hear?
So what is your response to this claim? Because I hear this all the time, which is that Israel is the only democracy in that region.
Israel is not a democracy by any stretch of the imagination. Israel is a brutal apartheid regime that gives privilege to Jewish people over Palestinians. It's not a democracy, not even by a long shot. I mean, if you look at the conditions of, even Noura touched on this too, the conditions of citizens of Israel who are Palestinians they're so appalling, they're so horrific. The racism, the systemic racism is so horrific. The discrimination, the systemic discrimination, the racist discourse by politicians, by the press, by people in the street. I mean, people you meet, every day, is so unapologetic. To call Israel as a democracy is an absolute joke. I mean, it would be a joke if it wasn't so absolutely horrifyingly tragic.
You become an apartheid state. The critics of Israel here in America and some in your own country talk about the fact that Israel is kind of a population time bomb, and that if 51% of Israel would become Arab, because you do have Arab citizens who are actually treated better in Israel with more rights and more freedoms than they are in their own and other Arab countries.
Okay, that's another thing, that argument. So
yeah, that was disgusting. Like, okay, you're going to sit there and say that the Palestinians are treated really good in your country because in any other country, they're going to be treated even worse. Like, we shouldn't be setting the bar from other countries on how they treat their citizens and compare that to how you're going to treat these citizens in your country. That's disgusting. They're like, oh, well, in Iran, in Iran, women have to cover their heads. So in Israel, they're better off there. Like, yo, that's disgusting. Come on. The bar is not that low and you could do better for the humans there. Even though Israel's like wanting to bomb Iran.
You live better Arabs in Israel are treated better than they'd be treated in other countries.
I don't even know what that means.
I mean, yeah.
I don't even know what that means. I mean, this is absurd. The reality of Palestinians, whether they're citizens or not citizens, is so horrific under the apartheid regime that I don't even know what they're talking about. It's one of these, it's complete nonsense. It means nothing.
If 51% of Israel became Arab, then you would have to become an apartheid state. Is that something that you think about as much as your critics do?
Because I think they don't have the facts right. I mean, they're about 20% of Israel's population is Arabs, and they're really the only Arabs in the Middle East who enjoy full and equal civic rights in the Israeli democracy. And I've also made it an effort to incorporate them in the tremendous success story that is Israel. And I'm happy to see that is happening. But the demographic balance is maintained. The most important thing is the democratic balance is maintained, because everyone has a right to be part of the Israeli democracy and the Israeli success story. I don't think that's a real issue. I think it's a bogus charge, and especially a bogus charge that's coming from the Palestinians, who oppress gays, oppress women, and are in league with Iran, which is tormenting its citizens, suppressing women there. And if I have to say anything, the place where they should direct their fire is at the Iranian regime, and they should support the brave women of Iran that are showing the world what courage is. That's where I'm
He's only doing that. He's only showing support for the women of Iran so that way he can take over Iran and own it, and colonize it. So he doesn't care about the people of Iran. They're like bombing the shit out of them and stuff. So exactly, we know who moved their people. They were brought over to, that area of Israel now after World War II, and the Palestinians welcomed them with open arms, and this is how they're being treated now. Like, they allowed the white man in because they wanted to help these people from getting out of, World War II and what was happening in Germany and stuff to them, and they welcomed them in, and then Now they're being treated like this by the white man. So it was like an accidental colonialization of this country. And it just goes to show how disgusting and power hungry white people are. Even at the lowest point of their lives, they're still power hungry. It's gross.
Iran is standing up to real terror.
Palestinians should be mad at Iran, not Israel.
Well, let's backtrack. He said something which is also one of these mantras that needs to be corrected, and that is that Arabs make up 20% of the population. So the way Israel counts Palestinians is very interesting. So Israelis are counted everywhere, from the river to the sea. Palestinians are only counted in the pre-1967 borders. And so if you only count those Palestinians, which is about less than a third of the population of Palestinians, then it's easy to do that kind of a math. But there are Palestinians, there's about 2 million Palestinian citizens of Israel. There are over 2 million Palestinians in the Gaza Strip. There are about 3.5 million Palestinians in the West Bank, in what used to be the West Bank. So among the citizens of Israel that are counted, again, only those who live in the pre-67 borders, that's 20% perhaps. But Israel governs, all the Palestinians. It's just that they categorize them different. But it's interesting that Israelis can live anywhere and are counted. Palestinians are only counted if they live in these other bound borders, the pre-67 borders.
Right.
And again, this notion that somehow Palestinians are free and equal and enjoy the success story of Israel is an absolute lie. It is an absolute lie. I can tell you stories upon stories of Palestinians. And I talked about the Naqab in the south, 300,000 Palestinians living in abject poverty. Half of them in towns that are not even recognized, so they don't get anything, even a little bit of services that the ones well recognized get. And in the Naqab, some of the Israelis enjoy some of the highest standard of living among the kibbutzim and the cities in the Naqab. Israelis enjoy the highest standard of living in the country, and Palestinians who live there are the poorest of the poor. In the city of Lid, Tel Aviv airport is actually on the occupied city of Lid. It's near Tel Aviv. 40% of the population are Palestinians. There is no housing. There are no roads in their neighborhoods. There's no trash collection. There's no water supply. There's no electricity supply. And we're not talking about a handful of people. We're talking about in each one of these places, we're talking about hundreds of thousands of citizens of Israel. And then you can go on and on and on, all the different areas and how they're counted and how they're treated, and which precise bureaucracy deals with them, and so on and so forth, in a way that makes it clear that they are not part of this, what he called this great success of Israel. So they will build housing, they will build, just again, in the city of Lid, it's a mixed city, 40% of the population are Palestinians. The Palestinian neighborhoods, the ones that have roads, have no sidewalks. Except for the older ones, perhaps, that existed before the state. But that's one of the things you see in the differences between Israeli neighborhoods and Palestinian neighborhoods in what they call mixed cities. There are no sidewalks, there are no parks, there are no playgrounds. It goes on and on and on. It's when they bomb Gaza, they make sure not to bomb the gays and the women.
Right.
Yeah, they're very careful.
Yeah, they center men.
Okay, so what about the two-state solution? This is something we've heard for decades, that this was the hope of the problems that are so entrenched in the Middle East, a two-state solution. But now that there are settlements of Israelis that are numbering close to 700,000 in the West Bank and Jerusalem, is that really a realistic solution for the future?
Look, the main problem in the Middle East the main problem with Israel and the Palestinians are not the settlements. It's the persistent Palestinian refusal to recognize a Jewish state in any boundary. And I would tell you that there's another problem that people always said, you really have to solve the problem.
Is he over there whining and complaining of the fact that an entire country of people won't accept him as their leader and accept the Jewish economy or whatever that they're doing over there as their leader? That's wild to me. He's like whining. He's like a big old baby. He's like, they won't accept me, so we're just gonna keep on being mean. Big old whiny bully.
With the Palestinians before you can get peace with the broader Arab world. Now understand that the Palestinians constitute about 1% of the Arab world. So you can't get to the 99% unless you solve the 1%. The problem with that was that the Palestinians don't want peace. They don't want a peace with Israel. They want a peace without Israel. They don't want a state next to Israel. They want a state instead of Israel. So for the last quarter of a century, they put a veto on having any more peace treaties between Israel and the Arab states. We had peace with Egypt, peace with Jordan, and then nothing for 25 years. I said, look, the way to get the peace is to go to the 99%, and then we'll get back to the 1% and see if we can get, stop this Palestinian rejectionism of a Jewish state. And people said it couldn't be done. I mean, John Kerry said you can't.
Yeah, let's go and colonialize all the other Middle Eastern countries, and then we'll worry about the people that are in ours, because we'll own all the rest of the countries that are in the Middle East that are, that those people live in. And so when we own all of them, you're going to have no other choice but to be owned by us and do what we tell you. It's such a white man way of thinking, and it's so fucking disgusting how they just out in the open with this shit and have just, no shame whatsoever in the fact that they're thinking this. And people like Bill Maher and all of his followers are just going to sit there and be like, yeah, you right. You so right. Oh my God, you're killing it right now. Mic drop, bitch. Come
do that.
on.
And he got standing ovations when he said that. Well, I thought differently. So I went to the Arab states, and within 4 months, we had 4 peace treaties with 4 Arab states, with the United Arab Emirates, with Bahrain, with Morocco, and with Sudan. And I think this is the way to go. We can complete the expansion of this peace, and if I'm elected in a few weeks, I intend to do that, solve the Arab-Israeli conflict with a broader Arab world, and then see if we can get some headway with the Palestinians for a realistic solution that we can both live with. And when I say live with, I mean not die with, but live with security and with peace. And I think it can be done. But
So what do you say to that? Palestinians don't want peace.
Well, first of all, I want to start with what he said at the end, the issue of security. And safety.
Right.
There is no
I
security
mean,
and safety.
why would Palestinians want peace though? You know, they literally have been like having their rights stripped away and everything like that for the last how many years? Of course, they're like, no. We've had enough of your guys' bullshit. We invited you here to stay here to help you guys better yourselves. And now you're taking over and kicking us out and treating us like dirt. No, we're done with you. Get the fuck out. Like, how can you not imagine their thought? Like, all you have to do is empathize with the other person and put yourself in their shoes, and you will understand what they're thinking. And this guy's just like, no, they won't listen. They just don't want to listen. They don't want to do anything we want to do. They're just, they're for all these years, they're like, oh, they don't want to be a part of us. Well, yeah, of course they don't. Look at the way you've been treating them. Are you kidding me? I wouldn't want to do it either. I tell you to get the fuck out of my house. Bye. Like, it's like as if somebody was like, if you were out in the streets, like, you know, like driving around town or something, and you see this like really down and out homeless person that's just, you know, really, really down and out, not doing good at all. And you bring them into your home and you're like, you know, let me take care of you. Let me help you find, you know, a way to get your shit together. And they like start getting their shit together and they get a job and blah, blah, blah. And then they start moving things around your house, start, you know, removing your couches and your chairs and your TV and start putting in their own furniture. And you're like, what the fuck are you doing to my house, dude? I let you stay here so you can get yourself better. And now you're turning this into your house. Like at the end of it, I'd be like, yeah, you need to get the fuck out before I call the police on your ass. But no, this is like a whole ass country that's doing it to people, and they're like getting away with it. It's like as if the homeless person was was winning in my house. It's crazy to me. Like, good on the Palestinians for rejecting the colonist state of Israel. Absolutely. I wouldn't want motherfuckers to be staying with me any longer if they treated me like that. Get the fuck out.
I think that's really important. I think what we've seen historically since the state of Israel was established, and particularly the world has been paying attention since Shireen Abu Akleh was assassinated. There is no safety. There is no one guaranteeing. There's no one guaranteeing the security and the safety of Palestinians. Palestinian blood is cheap. Palestinian lives are cheap. You know, I've been to Palestine 4 times this year already, and it's almost like, you know, you go to visit Palestinian friends, and you go from one family to another, mourning, funeral to funeral. And these are all 19, 20, 21, 18, 8-year-old. I mean, they're children. You know, there is no one standing to protect, to defend Palestinians. And this nonsense about the need to supply Israel with security, a country that has this enormous army that's really actually never been militarily threatened, is absolutely outrageous. Because a Palestinian child can be killed, and they are killed almost on a regular basis. It could be in Gaza, it could be in Hebron, it could be in Jerusalem, it could be in the Nakba. It doesn't really matter. Palestinians in the state within Israel are not even counted when they're killed, and nothing happens. There's no guarantee. So nobody's so that if we need to talk about securing the safety and security and the lives of people, it should be the Palestinians right now, because they're the ones who are being killed for the last 75 years. What he said about the Palestinians is another one of these mantras that they don't want peace. First of all, the Palestinians, the PLO, which used to represent the Palestinian people, consistently was the most consistent. Yasser Arafat was the most consistent voice for peace for the last 3 decades of his life, from the mid 1970s until he died, and so, or actually 4 decades almost. And Israel rejected every attempt. You know, every time the Palestinians said yes to something, every time the Palestinians agreed to end the armed resistance, to recognize Israel, to engage in talks, Israel of course came up with more and more hurdles. Now, I don't think Palestinians should recognize the state of Israel at all. I think it was a big mistake to recognize the state of Israel. The state of Israel has no legitimacy and should be recognized as an illegitimate entity, a settler colonial entity that has no legitimacy. It is engaged in ethnic cleansing. It is engaged in genocide, and it has established an apartheid regime in Palestine. And they've done all this over the last 75 years. It's not like it started yesterday. Now, all of these three, ethnic cleansing, genocide, and apartheid, are crimes against humanity. These are crimes that are legally defined as crimes against humanity. You know, crimes against humanity, the idea of the crimes against humanity in the law was established after the genocide of the Jews in Europe, after the Holocaust. And here we are immediately, almost less than 3-4 years after the Holocaust ended, after the genocide was brought to a stop. They established this racist regime in Palestine by Jewish people. And the world allows this to happen, of course, not all Jewish people, but Jews who bought into Zionism. And so it's outrageous. It's absolutely outrageous that anybody would demand that Palestinians recognize this, that Palestinians accept this. There should not be a state of Israel. Now, it's nothing to do with killing Jews. So before all the Zionists jump up and down and say Nico wants to kill Jews, there is no that nobody talks about that. The only ones who talk about Jews leaving are Zionists because they don't want to live. And even Yossi Beilin said this in this one interview, and I've heard kind of these liberal Zionists say this many times. We're not interested in living in a country that's not called Israel. Well, then fine. There are lots of other countries around the world, but right now you chose to come to Palestine. You chose to colonize an Arab country in the middle of the Arab world. And if you don't like living with Arabs, then perhaps you need to go somewhere else where there are no Arabs. But you can't live in an Arab country, which is what Palestine, has been for a very long time, and say, well, we don't want to live with Arabs. We want to be living in Israel. And that's precisely what the problem is. But I think
damn, John, that's a really good one. That's really good. Why I call it is not real. I like that. Is not real. That's a good one. I like that a lot. That was really, really good.
This illegitimate occupation took hold 75 years ago. 75 years historically is not a very long time. And so we need to rid Palestine of this curse and bring it into and transform it into a real democracy with equal rights, and then immediately engage in and find the mechanisms or put mechanisms in place to allow the refugees to return.
Is not inside out. First solve the rejectionist 1%, but go to the 99% who realize that Israel is their ally in technology, their ally in solving the water problems, the energy problems, the medical problems, on the one hand, and also protect them against Iran. That's where you really have the breakthrough. And I write about it at some length in my book, how we got the Abraham Accords, how we changed things around. And the people who are talking about going into the Palestinian rabbit hole, and basically you're going to wait another quarter of a century before anything moves. I don't want to wait a quarter of a century. I want to solve the Arab-Israeli conflict and then solve the Palestinian-Israeli conflict in that order.
And there is no doubt that Donald Trump, as president, was good to Israel. Got the capital moved to Jerusalem, which had been on the table for a very long time. And these accords that you mentioned happened in that administration. But can you keep those two ideas in your head at the same time, that he was good to Israel, but he's also a dangerous demagogue who tried to have a coup in this country and does not respect democracy or democratic norms?
Well, I've had enough with Israeli politics, so I'm going to leave that to you. And I hear a monologue that I must have not heard, must have addressed that issue, right, Bill?
I've been addressing it since 2016. No one listens to me. It's okay. Anyway, I thank you for doing this. I know it is the 75th anniversary of Israel coming up, and a lot of people thought that might never happen. I know U.S. News and World Report list them as the 10th most powerful country in the world. It's an amazing success story. I'm just going to say to you to conclude, Mazel Tov on that and all you have done to make that possible for your country. Thank you. Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu.
It would have been interesting if he had brought up the fact that Trump really was encouraging white supremacy, anti-Semitism, also that he wouldn't bring this up, but the fact that Bibi himself cozies up to authoritarian right-wing anti-Semitic governments like Hungary and Poland. But of course, Delmar probably doesn't know that.
Didn't Benjamin Netanyahu also stay the night at Trump's stepson's house too, Jared Kushner? Like, he actually slept in Jared Kushner's bed and stayed the night at his house and stuff. So he's friends with Trump. Come on.
And if he did know that, he probably wouldn't bring it up.
Zionism is a racist ideology. So Zionists have always felt very comfortable among racists. There's never been a problem for Zionists to cozy up to racists. I mean, it's a race. It has nothing to do with anti-Semitism. It has nothing to do with Judaism. It has nothing to do with the desire to end racism anywhere. Like Trump said, they're good people on both sides.
Right.
They're wonderful people on both sides. Again, racists are racists, whether they be Jewish or not Jewish is really immaterial to this issue. And it's funny because Trump recently said again that the Jews are ungrateful to him.
Yeah,
and in many ways, if they're Zionists, he's right. If the Zionist Jews need to applaud him because he did something that no president dared to do, which is really a diplomatic atrocity diplomatically, which is to move the capital to move the embassy to Jerusalem and to recognize Israel, having Jerusalem as the capital of Israel. I don't think people understand historically how absurd that is. It's like moving the American embassy in Italy from Rome to Paris. It's that absurd because Jerusalem is not recognized as a part of Israel anywhere internationally. It is not a part of Israel. And the consulates that exist, including the American consulate, predate the state of Israel. So the consuls in these consulates do not report to their embassies. They report to their state departments or the foreign offices in their capitals because they're independent of the diplomatic missions in Tel Aviv. And what they did is they tried to merge these two diplomatic missions, which makes absolutely no sense. My passport doesn't say I was born in Israel, my American passport. It says Jerusalem because Jerusalem is not a part of Israel. Never has been recognized as a part of Israel and shouldn't be, of course. And so no president was going to do this because it's an absurdity, except a crazy guy like Trump. So I think the Zionists do owe him a debt of gratitude.
Yeah, absolutely. He definitely helped further their the stuff that they wanted to pass and their racist rhetorics, oh no, go back down. Jeez. Man, these things. I get so confused on sharing things and then I lose my train of thought. Okay. So yeah, Warren, just like all professional wrestlers, they're all friends. Exactly. Like I said, BB is gone and stayed the night at Jared Kushner's house in his own bed. So, and Trump went to go help them do all the putting that whatever in there in the country. Man, yeah, it's gross. Oh, is my cam set to 12 pixels? Are you saying that my camera's bad? So yes, I know my camera is horrible. Apparently when I just got this laptop like a couple months ago back in July, and it's a really good laptop. I needed something with a lot more memory in it, something a lot better than what I was using. I think I was using like one of those like Chrome tablet things to do video editing, and it was just I would literally fill up my entire memory off of one video every day. So I had to get something a little bit bigger. So I got this laptop. It's a HP Victus gaming laptop. It's got some really good stuff like it says peak PC gaming with a 12th gen Intel Core processor and NVIDIA graphics. It's got the Omen gaming hub. It's got like some really good stuff in it. It's just they said that the camera sucks. So I got to deal with a crappy camera. My next things, like my next little personal investments for this show is going to be a webcam. And then I also am going to get a cord because I have one of these. I have a Yeti. The only problem is that I let my nephew use it for a while. My nephew is a content creator on YouTube. He does gaming streams and stuff, but like the little horror games like Five Nights at Freddy's and stuff. And he's autistic. And so I told him, like, just don't break it. Don't do anything bad to it. You're totally good, because he like gets really angry in gaming. So, but what ended up happening is like the Yeti ended up really fine working out. It still works. It's just he lost the cord for it, and so this is the only cord that I have for the microphone, and obviously it's not long enough at all. So I need to get a cord, and I got to find like one of these plugs, which is ridiculous to find nowadays. I think you can find them for cameras. So that's what I'm going to look for, go through all like my Canon camera bags and stuff and see if I can find this kind of plug. So that's my next step, is a microphone and a camera. Camera, obviously, as you can tell, because I am working with like 480 by 720 or 720 by 480. Like, it's absolutely ridiculous. It's pathetic. And then a new cord. So that way I don't have to keep pushing the mute button here on StreamYard and then the play button, and then when I want to talk I have to unmute, hit the pause button. This way all I have to do is hit pause or stop with the with my space bar, and then I can hit mute button right here and unmute when I want to mute and unmute. So you have a bucket of old, yeah, I do too. I have tons of lots of buckets of old cables. I just can't find that one. That's like the one kind of design that I can't find. So yeah, that's my next step. I know I need a new camera, like a webcam or something. I definitely want to get something better than maybe just this black, because I definitely feel like I'm just disappearing everywhere constantly. So yeah, no, you might have one of those. You have a bucket. You might have one of those because you have a bucket of, okay. Yeah, I know. I do too. I got so many cables and cords and stuff. I just haven't figured out, or haven't looked through them yet and, gone through them to see if any of them fit or if any of them are the right one. I definitely need to do that. So thank you. That's the reason why I'm still pretty, is because y'all can't see my flaws yet. You just wait until I get a better camera, and then you're going to see like my red ass cheeks, and you're going to see all my, my freckles right here. And then you're going to start see like my mom bags. You'll see those a little bit more. And then you'll start seeing like my forehead wrinkles. See? So you'll start seeing all that stuff a lot more often when I get a better camera. You see all my flaws. Oh God. I know. I definitely need a better camera. One of these days. Like I said, I just got this computer a couple months ago. This computer was ridiculous. So okay, I look like a pixelated video game, so it's fine. Don't tell me that. Now I'm going to go have my husband go grab me a camera today. Be like, all right, somebody in the comment section brought up my camera and how shitty it is. So now it's about that time that I go get one. So get a blue background. See, I didn't want to do blue or red because usually it's always like politics. You know, if you have a red background, they're like, oh, you're Republican. Oh, if you have a blue background, you're a Democrat. So I always try to figure out like other colors other than the red or the blue. So I might do red. I kind of, because my eye color, they always say like a pink color looks good on me, but I'm trying to stay away from too much girly stuff. I was thinking maybe like a teal color, like a bluish green, maybe something like that. That is one of my favorite colors. I might go with like purple and brown, which is the color of my show. So we never know. We'll figure it out. I don't know. It does look 720p, not 1080. I know. And that's what's crazy is if I look up my settings on there, it tells me that it's 1080. I've gone in my settings in the advanced section and fixed the camera and everything. And this is just what it has. I mean, here, let's see. Is that better? I like wiped it. Here, let me wipe it a little bit more. There we go. Just make it worse. Just color on it with a black Sharpie. Apparently it makes the video look better. Okay. Yes, Warren has a good camera. Definitely has a good camera. Yeah. Everybody has a good fucking camera except for me. So why would they even sell like a bomb ass computer like this and then put a shitty ass camera in it? That's what didn't make sense to me. I was like, okay, I got this cool ass computer, and then I look it up online, like, why does my camera suck and how can I fix it? And everybody, they're like, the computer's amazing, but the camera is shitty. I'm like, damn it. I like did some research over at like Best Buy too. Like when I was looking at all the different computers, I was like, I'm really gonna go in on researching to make sure I got a good one. And I just didn't think about the camera at all. Jen, you can see all my flaws. You can see all my flaws with with one of those pirate telescopes, right? Your camera goes to Atari. No 4K and 60 frames a second. Oh my God. I would cry. You'd see everything. My freckles would start showing. I'm hiding those bitches. Y'all can't see my freckles. Only Warren can. It just seems pixel compressed. Might just be a setting. Yeah, I mean, okay. It works better now. You hit it with a hammer. So maybe it was just a little bit smudgy on the camera. I have no idea. I don't know. I'm lazy when it comes to this stuff, so I don't know. Whatever works. I mean, y'all can see like my tattoos are showing, so it's good enough, right? As long as my tattoos show and doesn't look too bad. That's all that matters. It is like, I think what it is like my light is having a problem catching me. Because if so I turned it on pretty dark, because if I put it on, if I put it on really bright and then I get close and then I see like it doesn't catch. See how it's not like, it's going like dark, light, dark, light. So I feel like if I turned it down a little bit more, you can start to see the background a little bit. See how you can see the background a little bit more now that the light is down and dimmed. I don't know. I got to figure it out. I wonder if I can put like, hey. Just because somebody opens their door in the car does not mean that you have the right to bark at them. Let people live their own lives. Holy shit. My fucking dogs. All right, let's see if I put tissue paper on top of it, maybe it'll like drown out the intensity of the light to where it'll like, it's not so bright right on my face. Is that a little bit better? It feels a little bit better, actually. No, it's still the same. Okay. No, nothing different. Yeah, exactly. It's all about the lighting. That's the hard part in this house, is like trying to find the right lighting. Because, I mean, no matter what I do, my ceiling, like right above me right here, is like 2 LED lights. So it's hard to, because I'm always going to have like this hard, see right here, you can see the lighting right here. I'm always going to have this hard, sharp light above me. Because see, I'll show you guys. So if you look up, see, there's the 2 lights. So I'm just like screwed either way. And I can't reach up that high, and I don't have a ladder to be able to like put like a piece of paper up on top of them to kind of dim out the lights a little bit. I don't know. It's yeah. Use a plastic beer pitcher over my light to diffuse it. I just use tissue paper right now, so hopefully that'll work a little bit. We'll see. I don't know. I know I look all right. I'm gonna get a better camera, I promise, and then you guys can all see my fucking flaws. Just get it over with and show all of you at once and be like, here, welcome. This is what the 40s, almost 40s looks like. All right. Almost 40s. All right. I got to have a half an hour, and I've got a fun one I want to do. So 15 scary ghost videos to ruin your sleep tonight. We're going to get into some scary stuff. I'm excited. I love me some scary stuff, and I love watching this stuff. And I know that we've been kind of like, kind of tinkering on like criminal stuff and not very much into scary things. So we're bringing it right back around town. And we are, okay, there's somebody cutting a tree or something out there. And we're going to bring up some scary stories to watch. So overhead lights are fine. Okay. No. Do you not want some scary stories? But I love scary stories, and it's Halloween. It's October. We got like 11 more days to go until Halloween. So we've got to watch some scary stories. And I think these have pictures to go with them as well. So here we go.
Tending the grave of a dead child. In 1987, a cemetery in Charleston, South Carolina, was brought to.
No, you're leaving? Can you not handle scary stuff, Ed? I'm sorry. I feel bad now. Don't leave just because I'm watching scary stuff. I promise I'll make it fun. Scary story, had to take a Lyft car home yesterday and was forced to listen to KLUV radio. I don't know what KLUV radio is. Is that like polka? Country? Love songs? It's like KLUV, like love. Is it love songs? Ew.
Prominence when this image was taken by amateur photographer Harry Reynolds.
Look, it's a ghost right there.
The image appears to show a shawled figure tending the grave of a baby. The appearance is thought to be that of Sue Howard Hardy, who died in 1888, 6 days after her child was stillborn. It is thought she passed away due to complications from the birth. At the time, Kodak examined and tested the photo and the negatives, but could find nothing to explain or disprove what is seen. Roll on to 2022, and a similar apparition was captured in the same cemetery by Casey Alex Lan. This image was taken digitally. Is it Sue Howard Hardy?
There's a ghost right there. It's right there. I see it. It's right there. See, they're not too bad. That was the first one. So that first one's already over and done with, and we're on to the next one. See, they're pretty easy. There's 15 of them, so they've got to be all pretty fucking short. So we'll go through them really fast, and hopefully we'll be done by then. Oh, it's a Christian spiritual light rock station. Gross. That would make me want to vomit too. That's definitely a scary story. I'm so sorry you had to go through that. I hope it wasn't too traumatic and you're not seeing a therapist, or you don't have to see a therapist over it, because that would suck. I'd have to see a therapist if they put that shit on the radio for me to have to listen to too. Good Lord. I couldn't do it.
Lost child or ghost. In 2021, Mitch was driving along the Hume Highway in Bardia, Sydney, Australia, when he spotted what appeared to be a child on the road. His dashcam picked up the image. Take a look. Mitch immediately called the police, fearing for the child's life, and initially they told him not to worry as the child was safe. However, Mitch later found out that the child had not been found, and there were no reports of a missing child, so police called off their search. So was that a child in the video, or was something more paranormal responsible?
Or it just could have been something that fell off the back of somebody's truck and just stood there on the freeway not moving. I mean, that's always a possibility too. Yeah, it looks like a little, like a saint statue or something, or like a nutcracker. I mean, it could possibly be a child too. You never fucking know. But I mean, it also could be something that fell off the back of somebody's car.
Who is that? We haven't got a lot of information on this next image, so we'll let you make up your minds as to what it is. First, take a look. Is that a ghost, long exposure, or an unnoticed person walking past? We'd love to know your thoughts. TikTok Mystery Man. TikTok creator Mary Liz 9 caused a bit of a stir when she uploaded this video. Look closely in the background. Did you see that man? The creator claims it was unedited footage, and if so, that is pretty creepy. What are your thoughts?
Did you guys see anything? I didn't see anything. Did you guys see something? Where? What the fuck? There's nothing there. I didn't see shit. You saw it? What did you see? Am I fucking blind right now? I don't get it. I didn't see shit. What am I supposed to be looking for? That makes no sense. I didn't see anything. This is a scam. That one's a scam. Fucking liars.
Poltergeist activity. YouTuber Mellowbird has been documenting videos from his haunted house for years, and we have featured some of his clips before, and they're all pretty terrifying.
No, I didn't see him. The balding dude in the jacket facing away and then turning to the right. God. No.
Did you see that man?
No. I didn't. Bro. I don't understand. Are you talking about like this little thing right here? Is that what you're talking about? Like this little movement right here? This little like the movement? That thing? Because that's what I keep looking at, but I swear there's nothing there, man. Yeah, I don't see shit. I don't see nothing. I think that one was tricking us, honestly.
Poltergeist activity.
You saw it too? I don't I didn't see anything. What are you guys talking about? I'm just gonna stick to that video all fucking day to try to watch it. Just to see if I can see what the fuck is going on in there, because I didn't see anything. I didn't see shit. Now, this is the kind of stuff that gets me right here. This is the stuff that's like, ugh, I don't like seeing things move. Now, I also know that there's like been people that put things on like fishing string to make it look like that they're moving stuff. But still, even with that, like this stuff is the stuff that gets me. The poltergeist stuff that moves things.
Has been documenting videos from his haunted house for years, and we have featured some of his clips before, and they're all pretty terrifying. This is one of his first ones from a few years ago, filmed in his kitchen. Mellowbird believes a destructive spirit resides within his home, and it's not just the kitchen the violent poltergeist activity happens.
You saw it
It's all around
too? God, where? Y'all are gonna piss me off, man.
Did you see that?
Dude was right behind her, like almost back to back. Okay, so maybe I'm looking at it in a wrong angle then. Okay. I fucking saw it. He like came out from right behind her right here. Y'all, I was looking at the wrong thing the whole time. He's all look in the background. So I'm all looking back there behind like these poles and in the background over there. Yeah, I saw it. He like came out from right behind her. Oh, no. There, right there. Yep, I see him. So there he is. No fucking way. Yep, there, right there. So head, shoulder, arms. Yep, he's like right behind her. Holy shit. That's fucking wild. All right, good eye, you guys. Because seriously, I'm over here, like, literally this entire section is the only area that I was looking at. That was it. I was like, is he hiding behind a pole over here? Is he going to be walking across back here? Some little dude? Like, is he appearing right here? I don't know. But yeah, no, there he is right there. Head, shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes. Holy fuck. You can see him. Look, you can see his head and his collar of his shirt and his hand moved. I know I called it a scam. Holy shit. I did not see that. Oh my god. And then where the fuck did he go? Damn. Okay, wait. I'm gonna watch it one more time. Yeah, it's like he just plopped out of nowhere. Did you see that? It's like right before she did this move right here, you just see him like bloop, and then he's just there. Wow. Oh, man. Yeah, he's in all black and she's wearing black pants, so it's tough to see at first, I know. Yeah, maybe. I mean, it could still be a trick with a chroma key knockout, possibly. Damn. Good eye, you guys. I would have never saw that.
Poltergeist activity. A few years within his home, and it's not just the kitchen the violent poltergeist activity happens, it's all around his home. There are skeptics who think the whole thing is staged, however the speed and randomness of those flying objects would take some really elaborate timing and props to pull off. If you love poltergeist activity, then you need to check out this channel, as it's well worth a watch. Mysterious moving doll. There is nothing creepier than a haunted doll, and in this next footage caught on a night security camera, shows an alleged haunted doll moving on its own. The doll is part of a spooky collection of items Lee and Lindsay Steer have built up over the years that are kept in their Haunted Objects Museum in Rotherham, England. This particular doll
Okay,
was sent to the
that doll moving forward would not be so scary if it didn't turn its head at the end, like right there. You see its head just go. That's too much for me. I couldn't handle the head turn part. I can handle the falling forward, but that head turn. Whoo, whoo. No, thank you on that one. Ghost cat. Yeah, exactly. Ghost cat. That's exactly what it is. It's like an asshole cat that's a ghost. It's like, I'm just going to knock over and open everything. What? Back up. It smiled. I hate you all right now.
had built up over the years that are kept in a haunted objects museum in Rotherham, England. This particular doll was sent to the couple, although they have no history of its background. The footage is even more mysterious because the doll was propped up, and if it was a natural fall, it would have landed on the floor, but it didn't.
That is...
The way she was positioned seems to defy gravity. What do you think? Alice Springs Spirit. This next image is an old one, but not one we featured before on Top 5s. It was taken in 1959 by Reverend R.S. Blank at Corroboree Rock near Alice Springs, Australia. This photo has been circulating for many years, and our first thoughts were it's just a woman who came into shot unnoticed by the photographer. However, that doesn't explain her translucent dress, and we know this image has been analysed by experts and critics, but still defies explanation to this day. Garage Ghost. This footage was uploaded to Reddit in 2020. It was captured just before midnight on a security camera and appears to show a translucent figure walking across
Do you
the
see
car
it?
bonnet.
Do you see it? Do you see it? He's like on top of the car. Look at right there. That's cool. That's just Forrest Ghost Bob. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. Garage Ghost. He's just checking to see if his toolkit is still there. What's the one tool that everybody loses? It's like some kind of like bolt size. He's just making sure it's...
This picture at Sefton Church in Liverpool, England, clearly shows a man wearing a black uniform, believed to be the old church minister. The photograph was taken in 1999, and no one was visible when the photo was shot. The clothing of the figure is very reminiscent of a holy man, and it does make sense that a former church minister would haunt the church he once preached in. Nessie.
Why is the Loch Ness Monster up in this thing? That is so funny. Okay, let's watch this one. I'm going to run to the bathroom really quick again. Fucking coffee's gone through me.
Now, this isn't a paranormal one, but a mythical creature one we thought we'd throw in. Nessie is the nickname for the alleged monster that lives in the vast expanse of water in the Scottish Highlands called Loch Ness. Over the years, the monster, believed to be a large marine creature, has been spotted several times, although evidence supporting its existence has been largely discredited. However, in 2022, tourist Steve Shallis took this next photo showing a large creature cruising the water. What do you think? Now, it does have similarities to a catfish, but even so, that is a catfish of monster proportions.
Did you guys enjoy Nessie while I ran to the bathroom? Nessie, Nestle. That's a good one. Loch Ness fish shadow. I thought it was discovered the Loch Ness monster was a fake. I mean, it's it's a possibility. They always say that it's really hard to even tell what's down there in those waters because of how deep it is. So, yeah, Nestle. Nessie is better than Nestle. Absolutely 100%. Ooh, a sleeping couple. All right, I'm going to say that the blanket came off of her or him and one of them got dragged off the bed. That's what I'm going to start. That's what I'm claiming on this one.
Poltergeist caught on camera. We don't have a lot of information on this clip, but we think it speaks for itself, And if it's not a hoax, then it's seriously creepy.
Yo, his arm is being yanked in a weird fucking way. Ugh. Is your arm all right, bro? It looked a little wobbly and wonky. What the fuck is he doing? He's all standing there in his tidy whities, in his little chonies. Okay, that was a lot more creepier than I thought. Way creepier.
Ghost
than
is
I
a former tenant. In 2022, a couple from Minnesota were left spooked after capturing footage on their CCTV that appears to show ghosts roaming about their house at night. The couple, Joey and Amy, believe the figure in their hallway is the restless spirit of a former tenant who died in their home, and they say they ignored warnings when they were told their home was haunted by demonic entities when they first moved in 2 years ago. The pair are convinced it shows a spectral figure of a woman in a nightgown, and after inquiring with the neighbors, they revealed a previous tenant was an elderly lady, died in the house, and was carried out by paramedics in a nightgown.
That's the shit I love. I want to ask my next door neighbors that just moved in if they have any like hauntings and stuff. Because right before, like 2 years ago, when they first started selling the house, the reason why they sold the house next door is because the dude died in it. I want to know if my neighbors are being haunted over there.
Chupacabra, another mythical creature here.
Yeah. It's so true. Yeah, it's not a ghost. It's just my shitty ass camera. I decided to let them use it. Fuck my life.
In 2018, a giant dog-like creature was caught on camera stalking the
It's a
streets of Santa Fe in
chupacabra!
Argentina. The mysterious half-human, half-animal creature was said to have savaged both a pit bull and a German shepherd dog who got into a fight with it. Those who commented on the image likened it to a chupacabra, the legendary creature in the folklore of parts of the Americas.
I want a pet chupacabra so bad. I think they're gorgeous. I want one. One day I will buy myself a chupacabra when I become rich.
Lurking in an abandoned hospital. This next video was uploaded to Reddit. It was filmed at an abandoned Californian hospital where a security guard kept seeing strange things. He asked someone else to check it out to make sure he wasn't imagining things. So a maintenance worker took a walk down the hospital corridor and filmed this. At first glance, the man didn't see anything, but when he looked over the footage later, he spotted a dark, all-black figure emerging from a doorway toward the end of one of the corridors.
Why is it that I
The video
can't?
sparked
I couldn't see that one girl when it was dancing, but I saw that one. He was like coming out of a doorway halfway when it was dark. Look. Wait for it. Wait, right there. It's right there. Why can I see that, but I couldn't see the dude behind the girl dancing? See, this is what I'm telling you. They always tell you, like, look for it, and then I look for it, and I find it, and then sometimes I just can't find that shit. There it is, though. There's the ghosty ghost. Could have been anybody.
What do you think?
Could have been anyone. Never know. It's a hospital.
Poltergeist or former doctor?
Ooh.
Our final clip is a recording from the former home of a retired doctor in Texas who had recently passed away. After his death, his daughter started noticing weird things going on in the house and set up CCTV cameras to see what was going on. This is what they captured. What do you think of that?
It was a sprite. It was a little spirit fairy person. She's got fairies in her house, and I'm super jealous. I want one.
So you can turn the lights back on now, because that was 15 creepy paranormal videos and images. We hope you enjoyed, and we'd love to hear your thoughts and theories on all of them in the comments section below. Thanks for watching.
Yeah.
We hope you enjoy the creepy marathon.
Like another ghost kitty. Exactly. Just some more ghost kitties. That's all it is. Just ghost kitties. Oh, they're wanting to play it again. Yeah, let's replay, bitches. Top 5 cursed books that should never be read. Top scariest video compilations. Do not watch alone. Probably watch that one tomorrow. That one looks fun. Scare Sherry. Like really scare her. Scare the shit out of Sherry. Yeah, we'll do that. I guess that's it. That's all 15 of them. They went by pretty fast. That wasn't even like slow, taking your time. That shit went by super, super quick. Oh, and that's all I've got too. I am out of stuff. Look, you guys want to see my list? This is it. I'm all done. I did all of it. I did all of it. So this is my little list that I do every day to get you guys your content for the next day. So like I said, if you guys have anything that you want me to talk about, please just send it over. Wait, did I vote in the UK PM poll on bacon for president? You know what? I have not. Hold on. Let's look. Bacon for president. Here we go. All right, let's look for this poll. Where's the poll? Did you vote in the UK PM poll on bacon for president? All right, where's this poll? I'm looking. Here it is. You guys retweeted it. The lettuce has officially outlasted Liz Truss and won. All hail the lettuce. I'm sharing that. That's awesome. Ed forgot he was a mod and could just drop a link in the chat. I don't see no poll. I know. Where is it? I want to vote. There it is. Stupid poll time. Let's do a UK PM poll. Who should be the next prime minister after Liz Truss? Buttigieg, Guaido, or Zombie Churchill? I'm going to go for Zombie Churchill for sure. Oh, he's winning. Hey, this is like the only time that I've ever voted for somebody who's actually winning. I'm proud of myself right now. Thank you, Bacon for president. You're actually getting me into a poll where I can actually win something for once. Yeah. All right. I'm going to share this as well. I'm going to quote tweet it. Zombies for life. I can't spell today. There we go. Zombies for life. Retweet. We'll get this poll going. Let's get this poll going. Here, let me drop the let me open this up itself. Come on. Copy link. And then here, let me paste it. So everybody go over here. Vote in the Bacon for President poll. Who should be the next prime minister after Liz, Buttigieg, Guaido, or Zombie Churchill? I definitely went for zombies. It's definitely Miguel. It's pretty close. Guaido and Zombie Churchill are in the running. I can't believe people are actually voting for Buttigieg and Guaido. I mean, obviously, I know it's like a troll vote, but Jesus Christ. Come on, people. Let's do this. Let's get this up here. Let's get it going. Let's see. The polling seems right so far, 50-50 on Zombie and Buttigieg. Oh, yeah, but you see, you forgot to add lettuce to the poll. That's who exactly I would have voted for. I mean, Jesus Christ, it would have been my first vote. I wouldn't even had to have thought twice. So, oh, so this is from Fee. Okay, breaking Liz Truss resigns as PM, and a new one will be appointed within the week. This comes after 16 of her own lawmakers called on her to resign, and after poll ratings show her to be highly unpopular with conservatives. Truss has only been in the position for 44 days. That's fucking hilarious. Okay, good, Miguel, you voted. Everybody else get up there and vote too. We got to get this zombie Churchill up. So for sure, we want zombie Churchill for president. Well, for prime minister. So I'm down. I'm totally down. Let's get it going. That's fucking cool. That is way cool. Oh, I love it. Okay. So before I get off, let's go head over to Twitch and give, I think Nikki might be on by now. She usually is on by now. Yep. Okay. She on. This girl's got 27 people watching her right now. It's so fucking cool. Like, she's rocking it over there. Just keep repeating, keep just doing it over and over and over again, and you'll end up, getting people to watch you and like you. Hey, look, this girl's playing Fortnite. Hey-o. That's what I'm going to be doing today. Getting me some Fortnite on. How cool. Look at her. Okay. I got to make sure the ads were over on Nikki's channel. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go over here to creator dashboard. No, wrong one. Channel. There we go. Hey, look, it's me. There we go. Hey, look, it's... Wait, why am I not doing the right thing? Hold on. Creator dashboard. There we go. Stream manager. All right, we're going to go hook up Nikki with the Twitch raid. Let's see. Okay. Party of one heading over to Nikki. And then it's got to do its 10-second countdown. Here you guys get some like behind the scenes stuff. It looks like Nikki is watching Jimmy Dore right now. Party of one ready to raid. Here we go. All right. So keep your guys' eye out today for the clips, of course. There we go. Rating. You're right. I'm broadcasting on YouTube and Twitch, so they're not going to promote me. I love her. It's so true. Okay. I love that. That's great. That's a neat trick. Jimmy Infinity. I know, right? Yeah, you gotta love the Jimmy Infinity right here. Thanks for my trick. That I'll be here all week, not on weekends. Weekdays only. I don't know. I saw that too, like the shout outs. When I streamed her yesterday, she did like some kind of shout out, and I have no idea what it means. It's just a shout out. Yeah, see, shout out was given. You know what? Yeah, it's got to be some kind of new thing here. Let me Google it really quick. Shout out in Twitch. What is it? To initiate a shout out. Okay. For example, to give other streamer a shout out, you type it. Okay. And the shout out command can only be used once every minute while your stream is live. It's a new shout out feature on the live platform. It gives streamers and selected users the ability to share the love. Okay. Twitch has been pushing new interactive features. Shoutouts have been a popular community widget before now, with some bots enabling streamers and viewers to promote another Twitch's channel in the chat. Now it's baked into the website via shoutout command. When you type it in the chat, it will prompt others in the chat to follow the shouted out account, and it appears in a drop-down box similar to predictions, polls, and hype trains at the top of the chat. Users who get the shoutout will also be notified in their activity feed. How fucking cool. So that's not bad. That's really neat that they do that. I thought that, yeah, I've never heard of it, and I saw it yesterday too on her channel, and I was like, what is this? And so, well, there it is. So it just helps kind of grow the community, it looks like. So that's pretty neat. Yeah, it's definitely new. Jimmy Inception. Jimception. That's what we're gonna call it. Jimception. Yes. I am in inceptioning everything. I'm in your dream of a dream of a dream. I'm like way deep into the subconscious of your mind. That's where I like to live. Most of us succubuses like to live in that area, so you know it helps us feed off of the souls of all of you young men, since y'all are younger than me. Okay, I'm gonna get off of here and stop trolling now. Get ready for tomorrow. Tomorrow's supposed to be a big day. Don't forget tomorrow, Sherry Wise is going to be on here. So if you got any questions for Ask Dr. Wise, I definitely want to hook her up with some really good questions. That way she's not like, you know, making it awkward or, you know, like uncomfortable pauses or anything. I want her to be able to feel free and comfortable and kind of whatever she wants to talk about. Is it bad form to shout out an ASMR channel? No, absolutely not. You shout out whoever you want. I love shouting people out. Here, you guys, you want to see me shout out somebody really cool? Watch this. Like, this girl is way much bigger than me. No, why would you do that? I'll shout somebody out, but it's going to be on screen. You guys want to see a really hot chick where I get a lot of my ideas from for my show? Check this girl out. Oh, it's a joke. This is the girl I watch. Why do you always do that to me? This is who I watch. Her name is Merrick DeVille, and she's super hot. And I absolutely love her. And she does what I do. See how she's like sitting here with her chat there, and she hangs out and just does stuff on her chat and just talks. So I love her. Merrick DeVille is like the best. Because I get it, because they whisper. You got to give me like one time a day to have my blonde moment, okay? Once a day I get my blonde moment, and that was my blonde moment right there. So it took me a second to get it. I will get it. I just, you know, I got to leave a little bit of blonde in there to, you know, yeah. Who is this? Or wait, who that is? That is Merrick DeVille. That's who I'm doing a shout out to because I love her. And she's hot. She looks really bored right there, though. Usually, like, see, like, here's the intro. Like, that's her. She's an ex-porn star / dancer who does YouTube videos like me. Kind of cool, huh? I absolutely love her. So she's great. I love her to death. So there she is. Something happened with her face recently, so she has to have some bandages right here, band-aids, but it's kind of cute. Like, I kind of dig it. So there she is. I absolutely love her. Her name is Merrick DeVille right here. Merrick DeVille. You guys go and subscribe to her if you want to see, like, you know, where I'm getting all of my inspiration from. That's who I'm getting my inspiration from. Okay, I'm done. I'm getting out of here. I'm already at 2:00 now. It's over. Enough. No more. Want to go night-night. Go to bed. Go night-night. And then play some video games. And then go night-night. So keep an eye out for all the clips today. I'm going to release them. Obviously, I'm not going to be taking a nap because I'm making clips. So keep your eye out for clips today. Keep your eye out for the show tomorrow. We're going to have Dr. Sherry Wise on here. And I can't wait to see all of you guys again tomorrow and throughout the day today. Over on Twitter, don't forget to do the poll to vote on who the next prime minister is going to be. And don't forget to go check out Nikki. She is on Twitch right now. Nikka, I think it is. So yes, that's great show. Love you all. All right, I'm gonna hop out of here before I can't stop talking and get myself caught up again. So love you all. Bye.